Okay.
We can wait for a few minutes more. Let us see if anyone else joins. We can get started now. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of Global Resilience Summit 2026. Over the past 2 days, we have explored intersections of AI, mental health, and healthcare from multiple perspectives. Today, we continue this journey with a strong focus on resilience, neuroscience, and emerging AI driven approaches in medicine and human performance. To begin, we have Dr. Sukant Khurana with us. He is a scientist, entrepreneur, and founder of the IronCure Group, working at the intersection of AI, neuroscience, and healthcare, with a strong focus on building global research ecosystems and guiding students in their academic and career journeys. He will be sharing insights on careers, research direction, and building pathways in this evolving space. Welcome, Dr.
Yeah. Thank you, Zenat, for the introduction. Thank you, team, for organizing this wonderful conference. Yesterday, I spoke about riding the tiger, which was a metaphor for not being left out in the AI age. Today, I'll keep it brief but discuss something crucial, which is missing in career planning when it comes to students. Students who are planning on higher degree usually come in two flavors, and surprisingly, the two don't mix, which is the ideal mix. They're ones who are usually not very high achievers and with the sole focus on migration somewhere within India, from smaller cities to bigger cities, from India, Africa, South America to Europe or North America. The entire focus is how many years gets your PR and citizenship. That's a very important consideration, but it's usually seen among people who aren't high achievers. And then strangely, you have high achievers who end up academically high achievers who usually don't end up that well in life, majority of them, who are driven by pure science, pure technology, and very idealistic beliefs that I will only go to X university or this professor or I'll do this. The common questions that people don't ask: am I making not just enough for now, am I saving enough? What are the branch points? If your career trajectory does not offer branch points, I don't care what it is, run like hell, run away from it. Branch point means plan A doesn't work. You're a girl, you have a baby, 2, 3 years, you're raising a kid, and you can only do part time work. If your career trajectory doesn't offer you that, if you're a girl or a boy who has ailing parents, someone dies or becomes hospitalized, you can't change tracks, run like hell. If you are burdened by academic guilt that paths from academia lead to academia, you're betraying academia by going to industry. I will put it very bluntly, there cannot be a bigger idiot than you. But majority of the world is not full of smart people. You can have publications in Nature and Science and still be an idiot. This is a very important thing, and why I'm using very strong language, I would try to explain to you. It's not without a reason. What happens is, you may realize that you are stuck in an imaginary world which no longer exists. You imagine yourself when you were 12, 13, 15 years old that a professor has all the freedom. I'm not saying don't choose academia, but I'm saying if that's your only plan, pretty bad, right? I mean, you don't have a sense of future. What you didn't realize that most of the time will be spent on committees, grading assignments, dealing with nasty politics, extremely nasty politics, rumors, lack of funding in most places, not just in developing and third world countries like India, but even in US you'll be dealing with it. Academia has two bimodal distribution. You're either at the very top of it, getting 9, 10 grants at the same time, or you're at the bottom of it. There is sort of no in between. And uh, someone famously said, you can check, it's misattributed to Henry Kissinger. He might have said it, it's just not confirmed. He said the reason disputes in academia are so bitter is precisely because the stakes are so low. In business, people settle because there's actual money involved, there are actual rewards involved. Academic disputes continue for next generation. There are cabals, their clans, students follow their teacher. So it's the most feudal structure. You would think science will be the most innovative structure. Science runs on LORs, connections, who's made the phone call for you to get the opportunity. So I'm not trying to entirely dissuade you from academia, but also giving you a general guidance that if you want academic track, don't go with rose tinted glasses. You want to go to industry, also don't go with rose tinted glasses. Industry has 3, 4 roles in life science, pharma, medicine. What will get you data entry jobs or just a lab monkey position where you're pipetting all day will be expertise in one thing. And please know there is no heaven on earth. Academia can be very good for you depending on the country, depending on where you're at. If your plan is good, you also know realistically how much academicians get paid. If your plan is to change the world, academia is definitely not the place, and even being an employee is not the place. Being an employee can be a rusted cage if you're at low end, or it can be a golden cage. But you're working on building someone else's dream. Okay, I hope I'm not breaking some news for you. If you're working with some corporation or a startup, you're building the dream of someone who founded it. Okay, it can be a golden cage and very rewarding if you are performing at the upper end. Now, what does industry reward and what does academia reward is something I'll get to. And I'll also get to what is a flight of freedom, but once you fly, you're not in the safe zone of being in a cage. You risk the chance of getting shot down. Okay? Academia shows you, or even corporate career shows you how to build ships which are docked. They never set sail. So if you think I've been a professor for 20 years, 30 years, I have enough experience to run my own company, build a multi-billion thing. You may be surprised a 17-year-old has more feeling and ability to run the company than you because they didn't go through learning something which is futile in industry. So the ultimate test of building your dreams, ultimate rewards of building your dreams are you actually build your dream. which is not being a director of a research institute, because that's a government's institute or someone's endowment institute. Even if hypothetically you were Gates Foundation director, still a job working for someone else. You misalign with their vision, you're out the next day. So if you're building your thing, that requires a different set. I'll get to the three set, but I'll focus on one and two because majority of people who come to us for career guidance aren't coming for what it takes to build their own company. If you want, obviously I have real world experience of actually building my own things since very long, and in academia also I had the independent streak. But what gets rewarded in academia, what gets rewarded in industry, and what gets rewarded for you as a founder are three different things. Academia also, if you're going for academia and you're looking for Ivy League or at least A League, what is a common mistake people do? So first category, I'm discussing what gets you successful in academia, is they start approaching people singing songs of their own praise. I have done this, I know this. They miss two, three things, and that's where we come into picture. Number one, they need to have research profile. Most people hurry up. We run a for-profit entity. In fact, if some people want to hurry up too much, we let them because they're paying clients, but we tell them how much time it realistically takes, how much we are willing to bend and where we are not willing to bend at all, because we know they'll absolutely fail. To some extent, people, we are happy to bend for as long as we know this is within the reason that they can actually succeed. In academia, the most important thing is build your profile through books, blogs, podcasts, conferences such as presenting in this conference, other international conferences, virtual, physical, national conferences, industry meets, even participate in news documentaries, try to get covered, write reviews. But in this age of AI, where writing reviews can be done with a lot of AI help, as long as it's done ethically, there's nothing wrong. The value of writing a good review has gone down a lot because you no longer need to know a lot to write one. You need to be good at talking to AI to build the first skeleton. So what is valued is research. Now in academic research, still things which are valued are a combination of your domain expertise and also some data science and AI on top of it. Doesn't matter which life science, medicine, or even other field you're in. Coming back to the bigger picture, build your profile, actual research experience, international LORs, books, blogs, podcasts, conferences, invitations to speak, documentaries, even teaching projects. Once you build that solid for few months, then you find people who you need to apply to. They should be people who have actually got funding for you. You should also be writing your grants, whether you're going for masters, you're going for PhD, you're going for postdoc, you're looking for careers after medicine. See as many grants as you can write. Find host institute for grants. If you get a grant, they can host you. Next thing is you also look up faculty who are in the relevant field, approach them, but also in parallel, find people who have been recently funded. Next thing, understand how you need to write. For example, people who are applying for PhD from India, write to several, let's say, German, European professors as a PhD applicant, and that's 99% way to get rejected. You have to write as junior researcher and emphasize the next point which I'm coming to, which is alignment. Why should someone hire you? They're not trying to chat in a private company, in a university, in a research institute. The only reason someone should hire you is they have a funding or they're applying for funding. They need publications to finish the project. So to complete the project, what is expected of you is to have necessary skills, ability to integrate across those skills and solve problems yourselves, enough domain knowledge, and some evidence of knowing it because they haven't met you, they don't know you for years. So evidence comes in form of publications, why they're important. Some people actually publish a lot of garbage, 20, 30 papers and get rejected. 2 or 3 actual research papers are more than sufficient. When you're applying for postdoc, 5, 6 are enough. A lot should genuinely correspond to an absolutely brilliant profile, not to an average profile. I had an inquiry, it could have been from India, but that was from Pakistan, 112 publications, constant rejections. I said, what are you writing to people? I can even blank his name and share. He's just writing how great he is, how many papers he has. I said, send me this application, I'll reject it too. Where does it tell me? Where does it tell me that you can actually succeed if I hire you? Okay. So that is what is needed in academia: alignment. First, research profile, finding the opportunities, writing grants, alignment, and then a lot of preparation. How to answer the questions correctly, showing that you're ready from day one. So this is academia. Second thing is industry. I'll spend some time on industry. I'll not belabor on several other things like hospital. I'm very happy to talk in a separate meeting on hospital jobs, in other professions after medicine. And I'm not talking of the third biggest category too much, which is entrepreneurship. Industry values something slightly different. Definitely more techniques, great. It expects even better AI integration, data science integration in life science, medicine, pharma than academia. The fundamental shift is ROI. You can have just two papers and be an industry leader. They aren't looking for uh, patents which are just for promotion. They aren't looking for prestige publications. They're looking that even if you're doing something as simple as manufacturing vitamin B12, can you enhance the yield or can you keep the yield same while reducing the cost of some ingredients? Secondly, can you work across multiple teams? Because in industry, let's say if your job is, let's just take the vitamin 12 example, your job is to get it out in the market. You need to talk to synthesis team, you need to talk to the team which is analytical chemistry team, you need to talk to the team which handles fermenters, you need to at least know the various aspects of supply chain, procurement, right? Then if you need to distribute it, again, different aspects of supply chain, financing, packaging, what sells better. There are at least 100 plus vitamin B12 brands in India which will actually sell better. So you have to talk to so many people, and this is not just your research role, it integrates across various disciplines to be at the level of senior manager, what I described. Now, it can be far more complicated. Let's say if you're working on uh, CRISPR-Cas within industry, let's say, but you're applying it to some specific thing, or you're saying, I'm actually working on CAR T cell therapy. CAR T cell therapy, you have to understand you're talking to immunologists, you're talking to a lot of doctors, working with their team, integrating data. You're dealing with even patient responses, complaints. You're talking to people with AI-based approaches. You're obviously talking to people, you'll have staff under you which is actually culturing cells, standard contamination issues. So you understand it's more integrative role in industry than academia to actually get a result out. Paper is easy, results are difficult. When I say result means things which make people money. In industry, you're valued for the money you make an employer. So point number one, more AI integration. Point number two, ROI. Point number three, interdisciplinary thinking. Not just saying I'm an immunologist or I'm a biochemist or I'm a microbiologist. Next thing in industry is gradually, if you want to rise up, don't go with obstinacy, even if you don't want to. Understand what it takes to rise up. So if you change your mind, let's say you're 22, when you're 32 and you have a 3-year-old baby, your ideas may change. If your ideas never change, again I'll use the word idiot, you're a fucking idiot. Ideas change with life. You should not have a hard plan, right? Hard plans belong to people who are extremely bigoted with any kind of ideology. Everything, no real life is like a fixed thing. It's like a war, things change. You must have plans, but you should be having a bigger strategy where if plan A doesn't work, you have a plan B, or you can integrate, or you can devise things, you can unlearn things, or you can learn things. Okay. So even if your goal is to just stay as a researcher, think about what gets you bigger than researcher. On the way along, is a cheap MBA when you're just 24 going to help you, or is an MBA when you are later in life going to help you? How will you do better when you are actually having experience managing teams, taking initiatives? Okay. So, concluding the broad two things of academia and industry, be open minded, build a strong profile. We are obviously happy to help you. Last thing, which is about innovation that requires a very different mindset, that be willing to risk it all. It comes with a lot of social, financial, family risks. If you want to build something of your own, that will end up being a 1 hour separate discussion. Uh, think of it as industry plus. Definitely, you need to know what you need to know to be at an upper level in industry. And I'll just end up with this a broader advice that the world is uh, belonging to three peaks. You have connections, land up a government job anywhere, whichever part of the world you're in. That's stable, no growth, but a safe job. If not, whether you're in academia or you're in industry, the world is unfortunately having two peaks. It's bipolar. It's bimodal distribution. One is you're at the very low end, the other is you're at a very high end. The middle roles are vanishing in this age, and it's not all due to AI. AI is obviously pushing that. So be prepared for future. Future-proof your career. Seek our help. We are always happy to help you. I have taken a lot of time, so I'll conclude with this advice that both in academia and industry, understand the broader strategy, be flexible, and equip yourself with AI. If there are questions, I'll happily take those. And since I'm approaching end, probably only one question or so, and then pass on the torch to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sukant. We can wait for the questions for 1 minute. Please, guys, post your questions if you have.
If there are no questions, we can end this, or
Yeah, there are no questions. Let us proceed to the next speaker. Thank you, Dr. Sukant. So now we have Dr. Molly Higgins. She comes from a background in clinical psychology, working and specializing in trauma at University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. Her work focuses on recovery pathways for survivors of interpersonal violence. She will be speaking on combat sports as a recovery tool for trauma survivors. Please welcome Dr. Molly Higgins.
Hello, everyone. My name is Molly Higgins, and I am a doctoral candidate at the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, getting my degree in clinical psychology with an emphasis in trauma. And I am here today to talk to you about using combat sports as a recovery tool for interpersonal violence survivors. For today's presentation, I'm going to take us through a brief literature review. I'm going to provide a brief overview of two studies that I've done in this area, highlight some key takeaways, and then spend some time talking about future directions for this type of research. So let's get started with a brief overview of what IPV is. When I talk about IPV, I'm talking about instances of interpersonal violence. So this is including sexual assault, which is the non-consensual and unwanted sexual contact perpetrated by threat or force or an exploitation of somebody's inability to say no. And it's also including any instances of sexual assault or emotional, physical, psychological abuse or stalking that's perpetrated by a current or former intimate partner. And unfortunately, IPV is exceptionally common. So, in the United States, which is where I'm doing my research, over 50% of women and nearly 30% of men will experience some form of sexual violence. Additionally, almost 50% of women and almost 45% of men in the US have experienced some form of sexual assault or stalking and or physical violence that's perpetrated by a current or former intimate partner. And these types of violence are incredibly consequential. IPV survivors often endorse higher rates of mental health disorders. For example, people who've experienced IPV often report up to a 4 times greater chance of developing PTSD compared to people who have not experienced IPV, and they have a 2 times greater chance of developing depression, anxiety, and substance use disorders. And it's also very common for survivors to have challenges in other domains like self esteem or like building new relationships. And this makes a lot of sense because oftentimes the people who have perpetrated these forms of violence against them are people who the victim has known, maybe even trusted or loved. And so it really shakes up your worldview, the way that you relate to yourself, other people, and your environments. Despite it being very consequential, there's barriers at multiple ecological levels that lead to low rates of formal help seeking. So when I talk about formal help seeking, I'm really talking about seeking therapy, seeking medical attention, getting the help that you need to recover from this type of experience. And these barriers can look like a number of things. Somebody might have some internalized stigma towards seeking psychological treatment, and that's a more individual barrier. They may not have access to trauma-focused treatment or necessary treatment in their town or even in their state. They might not have insurance or any way of paying for this form of treatment. The society that they're in might really dissuade them from seeking help for any type of interpersonal violence or interpersonal struggle. Some societies view this as a very domestic issue that should be kept in the home. And so there's a lot of interacting barriers that can keep somebody from obtaining formal treatment. However, most individuals do recover from these experiences, and we really want to know how. And there's a lot of mechanisms that could facilitate recovery. Increased social support, increased self-esteem. Access to these things don't need to come through the avenue of formal support. So physical activity in particular might be one pathway to natural recovery from IPV survivors that is allowing them to have greater contact and experience with these recovery promoting factors, even outside of the therapy room. So how could physical activity be helpful for IPV recovery? As we have this conversation, let's also note that IPV isn't only related to mental health challenges. It's also related to increased rates of physical health conditions such as cardiovascular syndromes, chronic pain, chronic inflammation, and women's health issues like chronic gynecological pain. And we know that physical activity is really helpful for mental health. Existing studies have shown a really strong benefit to depression, anxiety, and PTSD symptoms. And we also know that physical activity is really helpful to physical health. So what we have here is a potential intervention it's sustainable. You can often do it for longer than you really want to be in therapy. It's low stigma, so it's easier to access. It promotes all factors of health, and it addresses the multimorbidity or the numerous mental and physical outcomes that IPV is associated with. In thinking how can physical activity be the most helpful for IPV recovery, we could look to the area of research on trauma-informed physical activity, which seeks to provide a framework for creating safe environments for healing. Importantly, when different studies, such as that done by Michelle Peeble and Francine Durac, have surveyed IPV survivors on their activity preferences, these survivors are saying they really want these types of activity. Specifically, they want forms of moderate and vigorous physical activity intervention, and they want to use those types of intervention to help facilitate their healing. So there's this broad reality that physical activity can benefit physical health and mental health, and it can be a way of promoting natural recovery for those who've experienced interpersonal violence. My work specifically looks at combat sports and how combat sports can be uniquely helpful. So what are combat sports? These are different forms of martial arts that involve real-time body contact and elements of competitive practice. So So if you're doing a combat sport, that's a martial art where you're not only practicing on the bag or practicing on some mitts, you're practicing with another person. And at the same time, another person is practicing on you. And so these activities can really simulate assault scenarios and provide more exposure to assault related triggers than most other types of activity. So, in helpful environments, this can facilitate a really powerful corrective experience where somebody is learning that this type of partner, these types of positions, this sustained physical contact isn't quite so dangerous or isn't as dangerous as it was in the instances of IPV that they experienced. There's also some emerging research specifically coming out of more explicit self defense programs that increased self defense, self efficacy might reduce somebody's risk of re victimization, which is a really, really cool and exciting finding because unfortunately, experiencing past IPV is a risk factor for experiencing future IPV. But there's been pretty limited research in this area when it comes to using combat sports for IPV survivors. A lot of the work has been done with veterans, and there is some emerging work on non contact interventions like non contact boxing and other non contact martial arts with IPV survivors. Part of this links to some gendered misconceptions around what might be appropriate or acceptable for IPV survivors. But then we kind of go back to this theme of survivors themselves are saying they want these types of interventions. Survivors in these spaces are already saying that they're using these types of activities to facilitate their recovery. And so, in my mind, it's kind of time that the research catches up with the practice that's already happening out there in the world. So, my research so far has looked at two main questions. One, wanting to understand exactly how are survivors using combat sports to facilitate recovery? What are the mechanisms here? What are the active ingredients? So that way, when we think of making more intentional spaces or we think of developing intentional interventions using combat sports, we can really capitalize on those mechanisms. And the second question is how can we make these combat sports spaces actually safer? Not every space is set up to be healing. Not every space wants to or does include trauma informed principles or try to align with a trauma informed framework. In fact, a lot of these spaces have these hypermasculine elements that could be harmful to survivors who are looking for recovery. So, providing guidance for gyms that might not know how to make their spaces safer and they want to help out, but they're not sure where to get started, that has been a more recent area of my work. So I'm going to walk you through two studies. This first one was a mixed methodological study which sought to examine the relations between different physical activity modalities, PTSD symptoms, and related resilience and recovery factors amongst women who'd experienced a sexual assault. So participants here included 50 women sexual violence survivors who practiced martial arts. Specifically, 72% of them practiced Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And for those of you who aren't familiar, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is a grappling art. And so you're spending almost all of your time on the ground. You are trying to put somebody in submissions, which is where it's a joint lock or a pain submission, and they end up tapping out due to an inability to tolerate what's going on. Or you want to control them. So you get in these positions that, again, are quite reminiscent of assault, and you want to control the way that their body's moving and exert power using your body. The analysis that we did included ANCOVAs, so analysis of covariance, we did hierarchical linear regressions, and we did content coding analysis for the portion of qualitative data. So of course I'm biased, but I think the results that came out of this study were pretty interesting. The first thing that we saw was that martial artists displayed higher trauma coping self-efficacy than runners. And I think this is particularly cool because trauma coping self-efficacy is one of the strongest long-term predictors of PTSD symptoms following trauma exposure. And specifically, trauma coping self-efficacy is referring to somebody's perceived ability to manage the recovery demands that come following trauma exposure. Martial arts also moderated relations between trauma coping self-efficacy and PTSD, meaning that the relationship between this recovery factor and PTSD was stronger in martial artists than it was in runners. And my favorite part of this whole study is our qualitative results, which I published Higgins and colleagues 2024. Essentially, we had asked folks what roles they believed that their martial arts practice played following their traumatic experience. And survivors who practiced martial arts said that their practice of martial arts was a source of both improved physical and mental health, which we could kind of expect, um, and that it was also a source of empowerment and a source of trusted social support, and specifically trusted social support with people who resembled the perpetrator. So, oftentimes, that is men. Survivors said that martial arts practice helped them to reclaim their bodily autonomy, feel really in charge of their physical boundaries. It increased their sense of their own ability to defend against future assault, so that's increased self defense, self efficacy, and it increased their ability to manage their PTSD symptoms. Oftentimes, when people were describing this increased ability to manage PTSD symptoms, they talked about using combat sports specifically as an exposure exercise. So they came into this type of sport and they continued to practice this type of sport knowing that it would likely bring up memories and reminders of the trauma. And they wanted to do that so they could use the sport to help facilitate recovery and to get better. All right, so study one kind of set the scene. We know that combat sports can help facilitate healing from IPV through a number of different mechanisms. However, like mentioned before, not every space is designed to be healing, and some can actually carry quite a bit of potential for harm for a number of reasons. So, one of those reasons is that combat sports spaces are male dominated. Oftentimes, the perpetrators of sexual violence are men, and so there can be triggering potential just being in this environment. These spaces might also be explicitly hypermasculine, meaning that they're pulling in and they're emphasizing these exaggerated stereotypes that are linked to traditional masculinity, such as ideas around the necessity of aggression and social dominance and sexual dominance. And that can really be a detriment to anybody in the space, anybody practicing a sport that requires such vulnerability and trust, and also especially for women and sexual and gender minorities and trauma survivors. There's also this focus on sustained physical contact in triggering positions that similarly could be triggering, challenging, quite difficult for anybody, but especially for trauma survivors. And there's also the unfortunate reality that violence and harassment occurs in all sport contexts, and hierarchical systems make this worse. And many types of combat sports, many types of martial arts operate within these hierarchical systems. So, using Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as an example, there's a belt system where new folks come in and they're a white belt, and then you graduate to blue, purple, brown, and black. And oftentimes, black belts are coaches, or if they're not coaches, they're people who otherwise hold these perceived positions of power, and they can exert a lot of physical and social control and dominance over the gym environment. And so, if violence and harassment is occurring in this system, it can be really difficult to report if you're somebody with less power or you perceive that you have less power. And it can be really difficult to hold people accountable and to act effectively to safeguard everybody in that space. So, how do we help these spaces become more healing and carry less potential for harm? One way could be through the creation of trauma-informed guidelines. So, combat sports, we really need trauma-informed guidelines, and specifically guidelines that are accounting for the unique nuances of the sport. So, as an example, there's a number of really great articles and practices out there that detail trauma-informed guidelines or practices for yoga, and a lot of those kind of considerations, they're not easily translatable to a combat sport context. A more specific example is in a lot of these yoga protocols, instructors are discouraged from making hands-on corrections because it could potentially be triggering for a trauma survivor. But in a combat sport, this type of sport is necessitating that physical contact, and so you can't remove hands-on practice or hands-on corrections. And so what we need is a list of guidelines or a framework for incorporating trauma-informed principles into these spaces that's actually accounting for what is going on in these spaces. So I conducted a Delphi method, which is a series of iterative focus groups with stakeholders, so people who have a role or a particular identification with a population. My group of stakeholders, they were 26 folks who had practiced combat sports for over 2 years. They were either practitioners and or gym coaches and or gym owners, and there were also people who self-reported a history of interpersonal violence. I conducted this Delphi study with them, and first had them report factors in their gym settings they felt helped facilitate their practice and factors in their gym settings that they felt were a detriment to their practice or really discouraged participation. And then through those responses, we narrowed things down into a series of guidelines. And we went through 3 rounds of really creating and then reshaping these guidelines. These guidelines were then reviewed by a panel of experts in the trauma-informed physical activity space. And ultimately, what we ended up with was 16 trauma-informed guidelines for IPV survivors in combat sports. And these guidelines have kind of a pretty bare bones, one sentence sum up, and then a really chunky description that includes longer explanations of what we mean, some ideas for where to seek resources, and some ideas for directives to actually help gyms figure out the types of change that they should be making or the types of safeguards that they need to be implementing. So I'm going to take us through just that one sentence sum up of what all these guidelines are. So guideline number 1, gym environments strive to build a safe and inclusive culture. Then gym leaders educate themselves about trauma, trauma-informed physical activity, and PTSD. Gyms create and abide by a code of conduct with specific rules surrounding sexual harassment and inappropriate conduct. Coaches and gym leaders monitor gym member conduct and promptly address overaggression or misconduct in any form. And gym members and coaches are held accountable for their actions and words. Coaches do their best to ensure safe sparring and rolling partnerships. Gym members are empowered to assert bodily autonomy and physical boundaries by saying no to any partner, drill, or round. All gym members respectfully approach mixed gender practice. Gym leaders maintain professionalism through setting appropriate boundaries with students. Gyms intentionally build a women's and gender diverse community. All gym members promote open communication. Coaches and gym members mindfully create safe spaces by accepting all emotional reactions to training. Gym members welcome new students. Coaches and practitioners ask for verbal consent when demonstrating moves on partners, particularly if that partner is a new gym member. Gym environments provide accurate and consistent information to members, and all gym members are responsible for facility cleanliness and personal hygiene. So this is by no means an exhaustive list of factors that can help trauma survivors in combat sports spaces or things that gyms should be doing to make their place a safer space for everybody. But it's a start, and the idea here is that the average recreational gym that is not designed to cater specifically to trauma survivors, that wants to recognize that trauma survivors are existing and engaging with this space, even if it's not specifically designed for them, it's for that type of gym to help move the needle, account for the multiple reactions and the multiple effects of trauma exposure, the reality of the prevalence of trauma exposure, to help make that a safer space. So what are some key takeaways I want everyone to get from today's presentation? I want you to walk away with the knowledge that IPV survivors benefit from and they enjoy, and they want combat sport practice, despite gendered and societal misconceptions limiting research in this area. Again, there are some people who question, are these types of sports appropriate for survivors? Are they too triggering? Should we not encourage this line of research? And we should encourage this line of research specifically because survivors are already in these spaces. And so let's give the people what they want, and let's do the work to make sure that they can benefit, that they can maximize their benefits and minimize the risks of participation. I also want people to walk away with the recognition that combat sports facilitate recovery through numerous mechanisms, including being an avenue towards corrective experience with triggers, towards increased social support, and specifically social support with potentially triggering subpopulations like men, and towards improved self-defense, self-efficacy, which again, and there's current research going on here, that might have downstream effects for re-victimization. And I also want people to know that targeted efforts, such as implementing trauma-informed guidelines for combat sports, again, can help maximize the benefits and minimize the risks for survivors that are taking advantage of this type of activity. So let's end talking about future directions. All of my research so far has been with a sample in the United States, and research is absolutely necessary in other cultural contexts. There might be different barriers to combat sport practice for this population. There might be different benefits to combat sport practice for this population. But we need to find out, and so that's research that needs to be done. It's also incredibly likely that there are culturally specific trauma informed guidelines that are needed to help make these spaces safer. And my US based sample did not identify them. And so I think it would be really wonderful if somebody picked up that line of research, and then maybe we could even integrate our list together. But please build off of this. We also don't really know how combat sports can fit into trauma focused treatment. There's a really effective trauma focused treatment for PTSD called PE, prolonged exposure. And part of what PE does is really encourage people to approach avoided situations in a very gradual and safe way. Personally, I think it would be pretty interesting if we or somebody started researching the potential use of combat sports explicitly as an in vivo exposure or as another type of adjunct for a trauma focused treatment. We also really do need some longitudinal or experimental study designs to help us clarify these mechanisms of change and the impact that combat sports, maybe even different types of combat sports, can have on somebody's recovery trajectory. And it would also be really interesting to look at outcomes between gyms that do and don't implement trauma-informed practices. And maybe this isn't even outcomes for IPV survivors specifically. Maybe this is just outcomes for practitioners or practitioners who've experienced any type of trauma, which is going to be most practitioners. But yeah, there's a lot of options here for future research. And I hope that you all are as excited as I am thinking about, how can we pursue this? How can we pursue this domain that has historically been really limited because of those misconceptions? So thank you so much for attending this presentation with me today. I realize I didn't write my email down on here. It is mhiggin3@uccs.edu, mhiggin3@uccs.edu. Please reach out to me if you want to talk about anything further or you're interested. If you're interested in general in the realm of trauma-informed physical activity intervention, specifically for PTSD or for people who've experienced sexual violence, I also recommend looking up the research and maybe even reaching out to two of my colleagues, Michelle Peeble and Francine Derrick. They have really incredible work that's going on. They've done really incredible work. And everyone is quite passionate about meeting other people who are interested in this line of research and who want to contribute to this field. So thank you so much and have a wonderful rest of your conference.
That was quite insightful. We now move to our next speaker, Apurva Lohumi. She is pursuing a PhD in English and Cultural Studies. Her work bridges literature and mental health. She will be speaking on trauma, memory, and recovery through mental health frameworks. Welcome, Apurva.
Is Apurva Lohmi, an assistant professor from Amity University, Punjab, and I'm going to talk about trauma, memory, and recovery, which is a rereading of literary text through mental health frameworks. The traditional literary critic, when confronted with a character who behaves irrationally, forgets key events, or narrates in a fragmented manner, has often relied upon terms such as unreliability, madness, or authorial experimentation. While these frameworks have generated significant insights, they risk the character psychology without attending to the etiology of that psychology. This presentation proposes a methodological shift to reread literary text through the frameworks of contemporary trauma studies and clinical psychology, specifically the work of Bessel van Kork, Judith Herman, and Perry Jennett. The central argument is that trauma is not merely a theme within literature, but a formal problem. Trauma fractures narrative coherence at the level of syntax, temporality, and memory retrieval. Therefore, when we encountered a disjoint timeline, a repetitive image, or a character's inability to speak of a past event, we are not witnessing poor craft or simple madness, we are witnessing the literary representation of dissociative mind. This paper will proceed in three movements. First, I will establish the key clinical concepts of traumatic memory, dissociation, intrusion, and the failure of narrative integration. Second, I will apply these concepts to a close reading of Toni Morrison's Beloved, arguing that Seth's fragmented memory is not a symbolic device but a mimetic representation of a post traumatic stress. Third, I will contrast this with Pat Barker's regeneration to explore how literary form can model the process of recovery through narrative reconstruction. Ultimately, this reading strategy does not reduce literature to a diagnostic manual, rather, it honors the text's psychological realism by taking its formal destruction seriously as evidence of mental injury. Before we can read literary texts, we must establish a precise clinical vocabulary. The foundational insight of modern trauma theory, originating with Pierre Janet in the late 19th century, is that traumatic events are not encoded in the same way as ordinary autobiographical memories. Janet distinguishes between a narrative memory, which is flexible, linear, socially communicable, and subject to conscious recall, and traumatic memory, which is inflexible, sensory motor, unintegrated, and often inaccessible to voluntary retrieval. In other words, the survivor does not remember the trauma so much as re experience it without context. Bessel van der Kolk in The Body Keeps the Score updates this model with neuroimagining evidence showing that under extreme stress, Broca's area, the region of the brain responsible for verbal language and linear narrative, shuts down. Simultaneously, the amygdala continues to record sensory fragments, a smell, a sound, a physical sensation. This is why traumatic memories often present as flashbacks, nightmares, or semantic re-enchantments rather than a coherent story. For the literary critic, this clinical model is transformative. It suggests that when aesthetic flaws or a character's narration is repetitive, non-linear, or silent in crucial moments, we should read these features as mimetic fidelity to the structure of a traumatic consciousness. Further, Judith Herman's concept of complex trauma adds another layer. Chronic, prolonged trauma, as opposed to a single event, leads to profound alterations in identity and memory, including dissociation, depersonalization, and a fragmented sense of self. These symptoms, I will argue in the next section, are rendered with astonishingly precision in the character of Seth in Beloved. Tom Morrison's Beloved, 1987, offers a pragmatic case of rereading through a trauma framework precisely because the novel resists conventional narrative chronology. Seth, a formerly enslaved woman, cannot tell the story of her escape from Sweet Home or the infanticide that followed. When a former fellow slave, Paul D., asks her to explain the secret tree on her back, the result of a whipping, Seth's response is not a linear account but a series of sensory fragments: the bit, the choke cherry tree, the sensation of her back splitting open. She does not narrate, she presents. Clinically, this aligns with Van de Kolk's description of the aphasia of trauma, the inability to translate sensory motor experience into propositional knowledge. Most striking is Morrison's formal handling of the memory as intrusion. The character of Beloved, the ghost daughter Seth killed, functions not as a supernatural entity but a personification of traumatic return. Moving to the literary application, if Beloved models the structure of traumatic memory, Pat Baker's regeneration models the process of recovery. Set in Cadlockhart War Hospital during World War I, the novel follows the psychiatrist W.H.R. Rivers as he treats soldiers suffering from what was then called shell shock and what would be now recognized as PTSD. Unlike Morrison's fragmented aesthetic, Barker's prose is lucid, clinical, and dialogic, a formal choice that mirrors the therapeutic goal of translating trauma sensation into communicable narrative. The key character of our proposes is Siegfried Sassoon, the war poet who has been declared mentally unfit after publishing a declared against the war. River's mention inspired the Janet and early psychoanalysis is to guide ordered telling of the event. In one crucial scene, River asks Sassoon to describe a particularly trench death. Sassoon initially resists, often only fragmented sensory details, mud, rats, a specific light. River gently insists on sequence, on casualty, on placing the event in biographical time. Over several sessions, Sassoon moves from I see it to I remember when to I'll tell you that. This is the clinical arc of recovery, the transformation of implicit procedural memory into explicit declarative narrative. Having argued of the productivity of reading literature, through mental health frameworks, I must allow or address the limits and dangers of this approach. The most significant risk is that what I will call the diagnostic fallacy, treating fictional characters as patients and the critic as a clinician. Literature is not a case study. Characters are not human subjects. We are diagnosed Hamlet with melancholia or Seth with PTSD. We risk reducing the text to a symptom, ignoring the aesthetic symbol and historical dimensions that exceed any clinical category. Moreover, there is an ethical danger of re traumatization through interpretation, imposing a diagnostic narrative on a text that may deliberately resist closure, ambiguity, or healing.
Okay, now we have Yash Joshi. He comes with a background in computer science and IT, and his talk focuses on integrating mental health into AI driven athlete monitoring systems. Welcome, Yash.
Hello, hi, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are based. My name is Yash Joshi, and a bit about myself. I come from a multidisciplinary academic background. I did a computer science engineering, and after that, I did the interdisciplinary masters in social science to better understand about the data and the use of statistics in real world problem and decision making. And more recently, I did a certification in data science and stratified healthcare and precision medicine. It's an online certification from the University of Edinburgh. So yeah, and currently I work as a research assistant on AI for Youth Mental Health project, based in Symbiosis University of Applied Sciences. So yeah, I am more of interested in moving forward my research career and broaden my research horizons. And yeah, my research interest lies at the intersection of AI, youth mental health, digital interventions, and related topic to that. So yeah, today I'll be speaking about the practical ways to keep athlete match fit across like long seasons by treating mental health as a measurable training load and integrating it into a AI driven readiness system. So the proposed project is evidence based and it can make a significant impact. All right, let's jump into it. Right, so as we all are aware that mental health is a kind of global concern at the moment of facing by everyone in different segment and different domain, and there is a lot of things going on to build a psychological resilience or like firefighting the long term outcomes for these kind of issues. But specifically, if we talk about the mental health in sport, it's important to be very clear about one thing, that this is not a, like a niche issue. and it is not about a small subgroup of athletes. So as we consider the studies and the reviews from Europe or say UK and North America, it shows that like half of the elite athletes, they experience a mental health problem at some point in their career. And in specifically UK based sample, so like close to like 1 in 2 athletes have screened positive for symptoms of anxiety, depression, during competitive periods or during their training times as well. So particularly what's interesting in that mental strain usually is like it shows up before physical breakdown. So for example, like in long seasons or like frequent traveling, or say like if they are being constantly evaluated and the performance pressure that they face. um, so it's a kind of like psychological loads on athlete. So that mental load often appear like first as a disrupted sleep or like reduced emotional regulation or persistent fatigue or something else. It could alter from people to people, and the only later I would say the illness, injury, or performance drop is seen among those athletes. So despite this, our current support system are mostly reactive, and the psychological care is often assessed only when problems are already visible or severe. So I would say the moreover, I would say the stigma and underreporting are still real issues, and in elite sports environment or in general sports environment as well, and access to the tiny support during the busy seasons or like any kind of limited support is very much uh, undermined. So at the same time, I will also say the data we already collected, like the training, the data, the load data, the sleep or the heart rate data, or say like widely their daily routine data, is rarely integrated with the mental health monitoring. And that's why we end up missing early warning signals and that are already there in that data. So this create a clear gap uh, in a mental health and is a kind of major driver of readiness and resilience. But it's not yet treated as a core or say measurable component for load management. And that's what this study will help in. All right. Okay. So now let's talk about the problem in a plain terms. So we might be very great at tracking all the like repetition, heart rate, or the physiological things, but we don't pay enough attention to like what's happening in the head of a person about like their daily life, like why is the bad sleep, jet lag, or why they miss the meals or worry or something like that. So it all quietly piles up, and over like a long session, these tiny hits stack, and until an athlete looks like a fine on a paper, it's just like actually running low on readiness. And by the same time, we notice it's usually too late. That's the gap I'm trying to solve. Let's hear about like what motivation is that means to a kind of athletes. I hope we all know him.
People don't make excuses. Now, some of the best athletes, or the greatest athletes in the world, do things when they're uncomfortable. You know, everybody can compete when they're feeling good, happy, excited, rested, but it's the best people who can overcome when they're tired, sore, not in the great mind, not in the best mindset. And I think mental power that the greatest athletes have can push all the pain aside. And I think that's the biggest thing, is how strong you can be mentally. I think that really shows who the person is. So I think that's one thing that separates the good from the greatest.
Okay, so now we'll talk about the research objectives. So the first objective is integrating the multimodal data. So here we are not just simply integrating the HRV or GPS data or like heart rate data. We'll instead we'll try to bring together the data from moods or sleep pattern, any training load, travel routine, or any kind of biomarker that's available. So the aim for that is single time aligned view of an athlete total load, and by integrating the three, the mental, behavioral, and the physical, we can get the research output in better sense. And the second objective will be AI driven detection. So as AI is growing rapidly, and integrating the AI would be a significant approach to develop a prediction. So with the using of all that data, the unified data, we'll train the model to spot any kind of trouble before like it becomes obvious for any athlete, or it's like whether that's a kind of burnout trajectory or kind of spike in illness risk or a kind of creeping readiness, you say, um, or any kind of like decline across the like the seasons. So yeah, we'll also will try to look at both the time frames and kind of short windows and the medium windows, because it's important, because to understand like some problems may accumulate over the time. And the third objective is explainability, which is the major concern of the AI-driven researchers at the moment, because the AI models can hallucinate a lot. And yeah, so thought that we'll make the system like give simple action-oriented output. The coach and the athlete see the like kind of risk score and top two, three drivers, and we'll also use causal tools to test if like any like an intervention actually help, any intervention is helping or not. Let's say for example, it can give example of like the next day should be a deloaded day, or the sleep plan should be corrected. And yeah, so basically our goal isn't like just a prediction just for a prediction's sake. Rather, it's like prediction plus a clear evidence-based uh, actions, or say the improvements outcome that we are hoping. So in short, I would say integrating the data, predicting early, and telling the athletes and the coaches why and what to do, uh, and then measure whether those actions help or not, is the major research objective. So this slide is about the kind of multimodal data, or say kind of signals we will be bringing together. So we will start with like basic things like what everyone already does, like the heart rate, the HRV data, or sleep, and even simple reaction time checks as well. So basically, that gives us a picture of what the body is actually doing. After that, we'll add very light mental health inputs, say like quick check-ins on stress, moods, mental fatigues. Nothing heavy, just enough to capture the changes over time. And the part that's often missed is the behavior and the lifestyle data. The things like like how regular someone sleeps, or say how much they travel, like whether their daily routine is drifting or not, what was their meal time, or like any kind of late night screen use or something like that. So these small habits quickly shape and recover more than we usually admit. And lastly, I would say, finally, we'll connect all this to a training and the performance data that the coach or athletes are already using. So it will integrate with it, and it will give us a full load of an athlete in like what is actually carrying on. Okay, so in this slide, it shows about like how we turn the messy and the mixed data into something the AI can actually use. So first we'll have to like harmonize the data and synchronize everything by kind of day or session thing. Then we'll align the signals across like daily and the weekly cycle loads. After that, the next we'll do is signal extraction. So we will pull out the meaningful features, the HRV or say time and frequency pattern, the sleep duration, and the simple measures of behavior stability like routine consistency. Then we'll build an individual baseline because every athlete has their own normal, own their body reacts in a different way. So we look at the deviation from that baseline rather than comparing everyone on just a one standard. So it's not something that we are targeting one size fit approach. So that will cuts the false alarm or say generalize output. And finally, we treat the missingness and the uncertainty as information, as missed check-ins or like gaps from the variable can be a red flag, say, and we pass uh, the features to the model then. So in a nutshell, we'll synchronize the data, extract meaningful features, compare athlete to their own baselines, and treat missing data as a signal. So, so the result we will be obtaining would be highly personalized, and we can also develop a model that can actually be trusted. So, all right, once we clean our signals, and then we'll move to the modeling strategy here in this slide. So we'll start with initially with the supervised learning. So these models learn from past example and help us to answer a very practical questions. So we'll be using the techniques like gradient boosting, LSTMs, or transformer works as well because they can handle the mixed signals and the time patterns. Next, we'll use unsupervised learning as well. So because not everything we care about is clearly labeled. So these methods help us to discover hidden behavior or psychological pattern and flag any kind of unusual changes that don't have any name or often the earliest warning signs. So techniques like principal component analysis, PCA for dimensionality reduction, and DB scans as well. And then we'll also use the temporal and the survival models. So these will focus on like timing, and they can capture how small stress uh, accumulate over the week and estimate when a problem is likely to occur, or rather than just if it is or it will be. So throughout the personalization runs into the approach because every athlete has a different baseline. So the models adapt to the individual rather than forcing everyone into a kind of same thresholds. So finally, to make the system more reliable and actionable, we'll also include a layer of causal inference because prediction alone tell us what might happen, but causal method help us to understand why it's happening and what action is likely to help. For example, we can estimate whether like reducing the load or stabilizing the sleep actually lower the illness risk rather than just being correlated with each other. So the overall be trusted and used in the real world. So firstly, the explainability. The model doesn't just output the risk scores, also it shows the main contribution behind that score. That way, the insight is understandable and not a black box. Secondly, the dashboard. The idea is to keep things simple, um, like one overall risk signal, the top few drivers, and a small number of suggested actions. So this avoids the overwhelming people with the data and keeps the focus on decision making. And third is the privacy and the ethics. So the system is designed to be uh, privacy first. using approaches like federated learning and athlete controlled data access, and also monitoring framed as a support, not a surveillance kind of thing. And ethics monitoring is definitely very important, as we all are aware that any kind of psychological research involves like a lot of ethical consideration. So the research will be fully under the practice of ethical monitoring and throughout. All right. So this slide explains how we evaluate whether the system is actually useful or not. So initially we'll start with a pilot study, typically say 20 to 60 athlete over like 8 to 12 weeks of time period. So particularly the window is intentional. It's like long enough to capture a travel, training, variation, recovery cycle, or any behavioral drift as well, but still realistic for real world deployment. We'll also integrate the different matrices because the matrices go beyond a simple prediction accuracy. And yes, certainly accuracy matters, but the most important thing here is like early detection time gain. So, say how much sooner we can identify a risk compared to the current practice, and even detecting a problems a few days earlier can change the decision making meaningfully. So yeah, we'll also track about the outcome based matrices, reduction in illness days, or say fewer disruption related dropouts, and any improvement in behavioral stability or not. So these are the tangible outcome teams and the organization really care about. So finally, we'll test the validation and the generalization. So across like different season, across the team, to make sure that the system isn't overfit to one group or say one period. So in a nutshell, this plot or say overall evaluation and the pilot design isn't just about testing a model. It's about testing whether better signals and earlier insight actually translate into better decision and make more stable readiness in athletes. All right, okay, so let's talk about the broader impact of this research and why it's important and urgent. It's just not the this work matter about just beyond the models. So speaking about like from like performance perspective, the impact is straightforward and more like sustained match fitnesses can be achieved, fear burnout, illness episode, and better health and a career longevity as well. So when readiness is protected early, at least it stays available and consistent across like long season. So it will like it will help individual performance of athlete and overall boosting the career life. From health perspective, this approach helps to normalize the mental well-being as a part of everyday performance and not something that's addressed only when the things goes wrong. And yeah, it can create a framework that can also extend beyond just the sport to like higher stress domains where people operate under like more pressure related such scenarios. Let's say in military related operations or in army operations as well. And now talking about the system level impact, so the value is even broader. These signals can inform a smarter scheduling, more personalized recovery strategies, and provide a real evidence to support policy and planning decision rather than just relying on intuition alone. And lastly, I would say there is also important operational impact here, like catching the readiness breakdown, emergency intervention, and the last minute squad change problem, which we see usually in any kind of team approach. So that means more predictable planning, better use of medical and the performance resources, and lower overall cost compared to reacting once problem have already been escalated in someone. So overall, this work is about shifting from reactive response to proactive and kind of evidence-driven readiness management. So I'll finish with one simple idea. So performance breakdown rarely happens suddenly. So it builds up quietly, um, and by treating mental, behavioral, and lifestyle signals as a measurable load, we can see that breakdown earlier and act before it shows up on the field. All right. Thank you very much for the listening.
Thank you, Yash. If the audience has general questions for Yash, you can post in the chat box. Those of you watching us live on YouTube, you can post your question on the comment box. We can wait for 30 seconds. Okay. So now moving to our next speaker, Trishima Sen. She has completed masters in applied chemistry and she will be presenting on injury prevention in high intensity sports using targeted molecular approaches. Welcome, Trishima.
Let me introduce myself. I am Trishima Sen, an MSc graduate student from NIT Silchar with research interests in bioinorganic and medicinal chemistry. So I am present here to give a talk on injury prevention in high intensity sports. Most sports injuries aren't accidents, they're failure of adaptations. In this talk, I'll show how targeted mTOR pathway modulations can be used to pre-harden muscles and tendons, strengthening tissues in advance, and stopping micro damage before it becomes injury. So before we go to our main topic, let's first know the progressive nature of sports injuries. High intensity sports expose the musculoskeletal tissues to repetitive mechanical loads that often exceed their capacity to fully adapt. This process begins with subclinical alterations such as collagen fiber disorganization in tendons, micro cracks in bone, or inflammation in muscles. These are often without any pain or obvious symptoms. Over time, if the loading continues without sufficient recovery or the repair mechanisms such as collagen synthesis and matrix remodeling, then it can result in progressive tissue degradation. This degradation ultimately manifests as over injuries such as tendinopathies, stress fractures, and chronic muscle strains. So, the current prevention strategies we have are reactive. We treat injuries after they become clinically obvious. This is done through post injury rehabilitation that emphasizes physiotherapy, strengthening, and structured return to play once damage is already clinically evident. Another is load management that relies on monitoring training volume and intensity, often through variables and acute to chronic workload ratios. This leaves a critical gap in preventing the initial accumulation of micro damage. So, this leads us to a question that how do we intervene earlier at the molecular level without disrupting normal adaptations? So, to truly prevent injury, we need proactive, biology driven strategies that enhance tissue resilience before the damage becomes clinical. This brings us to the mTOR pathway, which can be used to build precision control strategies. So, the mTOR is a central kinase that integrates mechanical load with nutrient, energy, and growth factor signals. It functions through two complexes, mTOR complex 1 and mTOR complex 2. So how does this mTOR pathway get activated? When body receives mechanical strengths, it activates the mTOR pathway by sending signals through integrins and focal adhesions, which in turn activates the downstream pathways as PI3K-AKT pathway and amino acid sensing pathway. Now, let's know the role of mTOR in tissue adaptation and remodeling. As we know, mTOR occurs through coordinated complexes. The mTOR complex 1 drives protein synthesis and extracellular matrix production, leading to structural reinforcement through increased collagen and matrix density. In parallel, the mTOR complex 2 maintains cytoskeletal organization and cell survival, ensuring effective mechanotransduction. Together, these pathways enable ordered matrix deposition, proper fiber alignment along stress lines, and ultimately functional strengthening of load bearing tissues. In this way, mTOR serves as molecular link between training load and the anabolic responses in musculoskeletal tissues. However, when mechanical loading exceeds the tissue's adaptive capacity, this same pathway can become maladaptive. Under chronic high load, persistent stress drives prolonged or mistimed mTOR activation. Particularly, mTOR complex 1 hyperactivation, which suppresses autophagy, the cell's internal cleanup and recycling process, thereby compromising protein and matrix quality control. At the same time, energy, stress, and inflammation activate AMPK pathway, which is a cellular energy sensor that turns on the catabolic pathways that break tissue down rather than build it up to conserve energy. These catabolic signals oppose the mTOR driven repair. The result is a signaling imbalance that leads to maladaptive remodeling, disorganized extracellular matrix, and increased vulnerability to micro damage. So, this helps us to understand that mTOR doesn't just sense load, but it decides how tissue remodel in response to it. Now, this brings us to the opportunity to regain control over when and where the pathway is activated. So, by using mTOR pathway, precision control strategy is built around three integrated steps. First, we identify state-specific biomarkers of micro damage progression, enabling early detection and correct therapeutic timing. Second, we engineer prodrugs that activate only when needed. This is done either through mechanical or stress triggered release, where loading itself drives the drug activation. Another is pre-hardening approaches that enhance mechanotransduction signaling of the mTOR pathway to strengthen the tissues proactively. Third, we deploy localized targeted nanocarriers designed to release these modulators in synchrony with the body's natural phases of inflammation and repair. Together, this transforms mTOR from a passive responder to load into a precisely timed control node, preventing micro damage accumulation before it becomes injury. With this, we come to the conclusion of this talk. Now let's summarize this talk in few points. So first, we've seen how repetitive high intensity loading drives the silent micro damage. Then we saw why current strategies remain largely reactive. And then we saw how targeted mTOR modulations offer proactive alternatives, looking ahead as molecular sensing, smart biomaterials, and personalized biomarker profiles. This makes the injury prevention adaptive and self regulating. So, the future isn't about recovering fastest, it's about building tissues that are intelligently guided, perfectly timed, and tuned straight to the demands of the sports. So, that's it from me, and thank you.
We now have Rihanna Khader. She has a background in public health entomology. Her presentation focuses on hidden health risks behind peak performance. Welcome, Rihanna.
Good morning, everyone. This is Rehana. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. The topic of my presentation is the hidden health risk behind peak performance. So let's start. When we talk about peak athletic performance, we usually think of strength, endurance, speed, and resilience. However, what is often overlooked is the cellular cost of sustaining extreme performance over a long period of time. My presentation today focuses on a less visible but potentially serious consequence of chronic overtraining, that is dysregulated autophagy. Specifically, I'll discuss how excessive training stress can impair the cellular quality control mechanisms, leading to the accumulation of oncogenic mutations in muscle stem cells. This perspective challenges the conventional belief that more training is always better. And instead, it asks a critical question: what happens when the biological systems that maintain cellular health are pushed beyond their adaptive limits? To understand this, we first need to revisit one of the most fundamental cellular housekeeping processes, that is autophagy. So let's begin by understanding what autophagy is and what it normally does and why is it so essential for the cellular health. Autophagy is a cell's intrinsic quality control and recycling system. It functions by identifying and degrading the damaged proteins, dysfunctional organelles, and cellular debris. Thereby, it maintains the cellular homeostasis. In healthy physiological conditions, particularly in athletes, moderate training actually stimulates the autophagy. This acts like a biological refresh button, helping the muscles adapt, repair, and improve their efficiency. However, under conditions of extreme or prolonged training without adequate recovery, a paradox emerges. Instead of further activation, autophagy can become a dysregulated or even suppressed. When this happens, cells lose their ability to clear these toxic proteins, and this causes aggregation of the damaged proteins or organelles and debris. Over time, which was once a high performance muscle environment, it begins to transform into a reservoir of cellular debris and metabolic stress. This paradox sets a stage for long-term cellular dysfunction, especially in cells responsible for regeneration. And this brings us to a particularly vulnerable cell population that are muscle stem cells. Muscle stem cells, also known as satellite cells, are essential for lifelong muscle repair and regeneration. Under normal conditions, these cells remain in a state called quiescence, which protects them from unnecessary replication and DNA damage. Crucially, this quiescent state depends on high fidelity autophagy to maintain genomic integrity and manage the oxidative stress. But however, repeated intense training cycles without sufficient recovery disrupt the signaling pathways that maintain this balance. When autophagy becomes impaired, muscle stem cells are unable to adequately control the oxidative damage, and as a result, these cells may preserve the damaged DNA instead of repairing or eliminating it. And over time, this leads to a loss of regenerative capacity and the silent accumulation of the genetic alterations. To understand the molecular basis of this process, we need to look at a key regulator pathway, which brings us to one of the central molecular regulators of autophagy, the mTOR pathway. The mTOR pathway is a master regulator of cell growth and metabolism. While essential for muscle hypertrophy and adaptation, mTOR is also a potent inhibitor of autophagy. During chronic overtraining, persistent nutrient signaling, mechanical load, and stress hormones lead to the mTOR overactivation. This sustained activation of the mTOR pathway suppresses the autophagy at a time when the cells need it the most. And in essence, the system prioritizes short-term growth and performance over long-term cellular maintenance. This molecular imbalance creates an environment where the damaged components accumulate rather than being cleared. The downstream consequence of this dysregulation is far more serious than simple fatigue, as it sets the foundation for genetic instability. So let's now examine how this instability progresses into a much more dangerous process. The process begins with oxidative stress and impaired autophagy, which together causes the DNA breaks in muscle stem cells. Initially, these mutations may seem inconsequential. However, as damaged cells persist, multiple oncogenic mutations accumulate, particularly in pathways regulating cell growth and survival. This stage is especially dangerous because it is clinically silent. There are no obvious symptoms and no loss of muscle performance and no immediate warning signs at all. But over time, additional mutations can push these cells towards malignant transformation, leading in uncontrolled proliferation and tumor formation. And this progression importantly occurs in the background, hidden beneath what appears to be the peak physical performance. But this genetic damage is only part of the story, and the surrounding cellular environment also plays a critical role. So when autophagy fails, misfolded and damaged proteins accumulate, leading to a condition called proteotoxicity. This creates a pro-tumorigenic niche characterized by chronic stress signaling, and inflammatory cues. In such conditions, the body increasingly relies on damaged or mutated stem cells to maintain the muscle mass. And these cells gain a survival advantage under the stress, leading to clonal expansion despite their compromised integrity. And over time, this results in the stem cell exhaustion, reduced regenerative potential, and an increased likelihood of malignant form transformation. And thus, the muscle tissue itself becomes a niche that supports the survival and expansion of these genetically unstable cells. So these mechanisms have important consequences not just biologically but clinically and athletically. In recognition of autophagy dysregulation in overtraining fundamentally changes how we approach the athlete health. So first, autophagy can serve as a biomarker. Monitoring the proteins such as LC3, P62, LAMP2 provides an early warning signs of the cellular stress which could be detected often before the clinical symptoms appear. And secondly, this highlights the critical importance of the training recovery balance. Strategic biological reset cycles and adequate rest and proper nutrition are not just optional but they are essential for maintaining this cellular integrity. Performance optimization must extend beyond short-term gains and incorporate the athlete's long-term cancer prevention and the tissue and cellular health, which opens the door to targeted preventive strategies. So what can we do with this knowledge? Let's look at the emerging solutions for these problems. As our understanding of autophagy deepens, new strategies are emerging to restore the cellular quality control. These include like optimized training periodization, nutritional interventions that modulate the autophagy, and pharmacological agents under investigation that fine-tune the autophagic flux. The goal is not to limit the performance but to support the sustainable excellence where the adaptation occurs without long-term biological compromise, which requires a holistic approach of these three strategical interventions. So, to illustrate how this translates into real world data, I'll now briefly present a case study. So, recent studies have provided concrete evidence of autophagy impairment in elite athletes experiencing chronic overtraining. Researchers identified elevated P62 levels and reduced LC32 and increased oxidative stress markers, which are the clear indicators of impaired autophagy. Genetic analysis revealed the polymorphisms in key autophagy genes such as the ATG5, ATG7 and BACN1, which is strongly associated with increased cellular damage. Notably, 73% of overtrained athletes carried at least one autophagy related genetic variant and 45% of cases could be identified through the biomarker detections before clinical symptoms appear, and genetically susceptible athletes showed a 2.8-fold increase of cellular damage. These findings highlight powerful opportunity for early intervention through genetic screening, biomarker monitoring, and personalized training protocols. And I'll conclude by summarizing the key message of this work. In conclusion, peak performance may carry a hidden cost, which is the suppression of the body's internal quality control system. Dysregulated autophagy links chronic overtraining to the accumulation of oncogenic mutations and long-term health risks. Future sports and training ecosystems must prioritize the cellular housekeeping and not just the physical output. So, true peak performance is not just defined by short term success, but by achieving excellence that is healthy, sustainable, and which is built to last. So, with this, I'm at the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rihana. Our next speaker is Goiki Guha. She holds a Master's of Science in Biological Sciences, and she will be presenting on AI-driven prediction of alpha-synuclein aggregation in Parkinson's disease. Welcome, Gorky.
Hello everyone, I'm Gorky Guha. I have currently completed my Masters in Biological Sciences and I'm associated with IonCure. And today I'll be talking about AI-driven prediction of alpha-synuclein aggregation in Parkinson's disease. So, to begin with, Parkinson's disease is a progressive neurodegenerative disorder that primarily affects movement. Now, clinically, it presents with symptoms like resting tremors, which you can see illustrated in my slide. And along with that, there is going to be some postural instability and slowed movement. At the neurobiological level, one of the key features of this disease will be degeneration of the dopaminergic neurons, particularly in a region of the brain called the substantia nigra. As these neurons get lost, there is going to be a significant reduction in dopamine levels, which will directly impact motor control. This is why patients suffering from this disease gradually develop a difficulty in initiating and coordinating movements. Now, if we look at the neuronal level, what's essentially happening is the normal neuronal signaling that is getting, and this is where alpha-synuclein proteins come into the picture as a central player in the disease process. So, alpha-synuclein is often referred to as a protein chameleon, and that's really not an exaggeration. What that means is it that it doesn't have a single fixed structure. Rather, its conformation actually keeps on changing depending upon the environment in which it is present. So, for example, when it's membrane bound, the N-terminal region of the protein, which occupies a two-third region of the entire structure, adopts a broken amphipathic alpha helix-like conformation. This structured region is what allows the protein to bind to membranes, and by membranes I mean synaptic vesicles here. And these very N-terminal residues are thus critical for this interaction. But then, if we look at the C terminal of the protein, the C terminal behaves very differently. It's actually negatively charged, more flexible, and intrinsically disordered. Even in NMR structures, we see that it doesn't settle into a fixed conformation. So you can see that within the same protein, we have a structured functional domain and a highly dynamic disordered tail. And this structural flexibility is exactly why it's called a chameleon. But it's also what makes it unstable and prone to misfolding. Now, if we look at the diagram here, we can see that the Parkinson's associated mutations are marked here. Most of these mutations are heterozygous except the A53V, which is homozygous, and importantly, they occur in the regions that influence either membrane binding or structural stability. So, even small perturbations can shift the balance from a functional state to an aggregation prone state. So, building on that structural complexity, the real challenge is not just understanding alpha synuclein, but identifying when it starts going wrong. In its healthy state, alpha synuclein is largely intrinsically disordered and non toxic. It exists in a flexible form, performs its normal cellular functions. But the problem is, aggregation doesn't happen suddenly. There's a misfolding pathway where the protein passes through multiple intermediate states, and these are highly transient and unstable. These intermediate conformations are often aggregation prone, but they are also extremely hard to detect or stabilize experimentally. And that's the real core of the identification problem. We don't effectively capture these early pre-aggregation states. By the time we detect anything clearly, the protein has already formed oligomers, then fibrils, and eventually the Lewy bodies. At this stage, neuronal damage is already under process, leading to cellular dysfunction and ultimately neuronal death. So essentially, we are detecting the disease too late in its molecular trajectory. So the question then becomes, if these early aggregate prone states are invisible to conventional methods, can we approach the problem differently? That is, instead of directly detecting them, can we predict their emergence? And that's where looking at this through an AI lens becomes interesting. So, to address this identification problem, we can start looking at alpha synuclein aggregation through this AI driven framework. And broadly, this can be broken down into three components: structure prediction, rapid large scale analysis, and integrative prediction model. So, predicting the protein structures and mutations. The first step is to understand how genetic variations get translated into structural changes. Here, tools like AlphaFold 2.3 and Rose TTA Fold become extremely powerful. So, what do these models actually do? They basically take an amino acid sequence and predict its 3D structure with a very high accuracy. So if we introduce mutations, for example, something like LRRK2 mutation or alpha synuclein variants, we can actually model how these mutations alter protein conformation. So in Parkinson's context, this is very relevant because misfolding is often triggered by subtle structural perturbations and not drastic changes. So, using these tools, we can begin to map which mutations are likely to destabilize the protein or push it towards aggregation prone conformation. One limitation I feel, however, is that these models typically predict static structures, whereas alpha synuclein is highly dynamic. So, while they give us a strong starting point, they don't fully capture conformational flexibility or transient states. Then we have a rapid structural analysis via transformers or ESM fold. The second component here is going to address the scale and the speed. That is the transformer based models here. They basically help us to process large number of protein variants rapidly. Unlike traditional approaches, these models learn patterns directly from sequence data without requiring explicit structural templates. This makes it possible to analyze multiple alpha synuclein variants or interacting partners in a very short span of time. So instead of studying one mutation at a time, like we do with conventional methods, we can identify patterns across multiple variants, especially those that consistently correlate with aggregation prone pattern. Now, this is particularly useful for capturing emergent properties where aggregation is not caused by a single mutation but by a combination of sequence features. However, like all models, it depends heavily on training data and may not fully capture rare or context specific aggregation pathways. Then we have the ensemble models, or the final step I can say, that is integrating all this information into a predictive framework. Here, the ensemble models will actually combine multiple data sources and modeling approaches. This will include genetic data, protein aggregation predictions, clinical scores, and structural insights. By combining all these, the model can generate a probabilistic prediction, essentially estimating the likelihood that a given protein or individual is at risk. So, in the context of Parkinson's, this means we are no longer relying on a single biomarker. Rather, we are integrating multiple layers of information to identify high risk individuals and improve diagnostic accuracy. So, this kind of approach also helps reduce model bias and overfitting because different models compensate for each other's weaknesses. But again, at the same time, it has its own pitfalls that it introduces challenges in terms of interpretability. Understanding why a model makes a certain prediction becomes more complex. So now let's start with the core challenge. Traditional drug discovery is incredibly slow, expensive, and resource intensive. The initial screening phase itself can take months or even years as researchers sift through millions of chemical compounds in search of a viable candidate. It's essentially like searching for a needle in a haystack. But the urgency again is undeniable. Today, more than 6 million people worldwide are living with Parkinson's disease, and this number is projected to exceed to 18 million by 2040. These statistics emphasize the pressing need for faster and more effective therapeutic solutions. Now, what makes this even more challenging is the absence of disease modifying treatments. Current therapies manage symptoms rather than halting the progression of the disease. At the molecular level, the disease is characterized by Lewy bodies, that is, abnormal aggregates of misfolded alpha synuclein proteins, which ultimately lead to neuronal death. So, the critical question now becomes that how can we accelerate the discovery of therapies that target this underlying pathology? This is where machine learning transforms the landscape. We begin with massive chemical libraries containing millions of compounds. Instead of experimentally testing each and every one of them, we employ machine learning models to intelligently screen and predict which molecules are most likely to inhibit alpha synuclein aggregation. The model then identifies the top ranking candidates, which are then validated through experimental assays to evaluate their potency and effectiveness. Here's where the process becomes truly powerful. The results from these experiments are now fed back into the model. Now, this creates an iterative learning loop, allowing the system to continuously refine its prediction and improve its accuracy over time. So, in other words, the algorithm doesn't just analyze data, it learns from it, evolves, and becomes smarter with each cycle. Through this approach, we can narrow down millions of compounds to a select few high potent highly potent aggregation inhibitors, dramatically streamlining the drug discovery pipeline. Now let's look at the impact. By integrating AI into the screening process, what are we doing? We are actually achieving a tenfold reduction in screening time. Tasks that once took years can now be completed in months or even weeks. Even more striking is the reduction in cost. Machine learning can lower screening expenses by up to thousandfolds, making research more efficient and accessible. This efficiency also enables multiple drug discovery programs to run simultaneously, accelerating innovation across the field. As aptly stated by Professor Michel of the University of Cambridge, that such advancements means that potential treatments can reach patients faster. So basically, to summarize, AI transforms drug discovery from a slow trial and error process into a precise, data driven, and highly efficient system. Now, building upon our previous discussion on AI-driven drug discovery, we shift towards the early detection of the disease. Here we explore how AI helps decode early Parkinson's by analyzing the olfactory dysfunction and alpha-synuclein aggregation patterns. So let's begin with the problem. One of the earliest and most overlooked indicators of Parkinson's will be the olfactory dysfunction. It's commonly experienced as a diminished or complete loss of smell. This impairment originates in the olfactory system, specifically in the olfactory sensory neurons or OSN and the olfactory bulb. These structures are among the first to exhibit pathological changes associated with Parkinson's. They are particularly vulnerable to alpha-synuclein aggregation. The misfolding and accumulation of these proteins again lead to the formation of Lewy bodies, which disrupt the neuronal function and ultimately cause cell death. Now, let us look at some facts. 90% of early stage Parkinson's patients experience olfactory loss. It is one of the earliest measurable symptoms, often appearing years before motor abnormalities such as tremors or rigidity. Both the olfactory sensory neurons and the olfactory bulb show significant aggregation, making them critical regions for early diagnosis. In a sense, the olfactory system serves as a biological window into the earliest stages of Parkinson's. To leverage this early biomarker, we integrate AI again for mapping the disease patterns and predicting risk. Now, this approach relies on a multimodal dataset combination. Now, this is going to combine genetic data, which reveals inherited risk factors, aggregated protein profiles indicating pathological burden, clinical scores reflecting patient health status, structural insights derived from computational and imaging analysis, and patient olfactory test scores, which basically quantify the sensory impairment. Now, these diverse inputs are processed using AI or machine learning ensemble prediction model. By combining multiple algorithms, the system enhances accuracy, robustness, and reliability. Now, the AI mapping algorithm then analyzes these data to generate risk probabilities, identifying individuals who may be at a higher risk of developing Parkinson's. Furthermore, this approach enables us to identify specific olfactory neurons most prone to early aggregation and correlate distinct aggregation patterns with unique olfactory symptoms. Through aggregation mapping, we can visualize different types of alpha synuclein deposits and better understanding their role in disease progression. So basically, in simple terms, AI transforms complex biological data into precise actionable insights. So early intervention and prognosis. Now let's explore the clinical significance of this approach. By detecting Parkinson's at its earliest stages, we enable earlier diagnosis and improved prognostic accuracy, ultimately enhancing patient care. This again has many applications, predicting cognitive decline and motor progression based on olfactory linked aggregation patterns. Then we have stratifying patients for early clinical trials of targeted aggregation inhibitors, ensuring the right therapies reach the right patients. Now, identifying the high risk individuals again, that allows the clinicians to intervene before significant neurodegeneration occurs. As a result, this approach improves the overall diagnostic accuracy and enables detection years earlier than conventional methods. Now, earlier identification leads to a better prognosis, timely therapeutic intervention, and thus an improved quality of life for patients. So basically, olfactory dysfunction serves as a powerful early biomarker of Parkinson's. AI again enables precise mapping of these alpha synuclein aggregates and predicts disease risk using multimodal data. Now we move to the real world implications in this context. Now, at its core, AI bridges the gap between computational biology, clinical medicine, and enables early diagnosis, targeted therapy, and personalized treatment strategies. So, let's begin with early diagnosis. AI powered predictive models can detect pathogenic protein misfolding even before the symptoms start manifesting. This provides a predictive window for early intervention. These systems identify subtle prodromal biomarkers. Basically, they are early biological changes such as olfactory dysfunction, as I mentioned earlier, then REM sleep disturbances, and molecular aggregation patterns that signal the onset of the disease. Another advantage is their ability to differentiate between benign and toxic protein strains. Not all alpha synuclein aggregates are harmful. However, distinguishing the toxic forms is essential for accurate diagnosis and thus prognosis. As illustrated in this graph, AI can predict disease risk years before the emergence of the motor symptoms, fundamentally transforming the timeline of Parkinson's detection. In essence, AI shifts diagnosis from reactive to proactive. Now, targeted therapy. So, moving on to targeted therapy, this is the area where AI actually plays a transformative role in therapeutic innovation. Through AI, the drug discovery and screening processes get accelerated as it helps in identifying the compounds with a very high speed and again precision. Now it enables the design designing of inhibitors which specifically target distinct alpha synuclein polymorphs or strains which are known to contribute to the disease variability and progression. Furthermore, AI optimizes compound efficacy and safety by predicting pharmacological behavior, reducing both developmental time and cost. So, as depicted in the slide, small molecule inhibitors can be engineered to prevent, again, this engineering will take place with the help of AI models. And these inhibitors, once designed, will prevent the formation of the alpha synuclein fibrils, which are again the hallmarks of Parkinson's. Now, this marks a significant shift towards mechanism based therapies rather than symptom based treatments. Now, the most transformative impact of AI in the context of Parkinson's will be personalized medicine. AI enables precise risk profiling by stratifying patients according to disease mechanism, progression patterns, genetic predispositions. This approach allows clinicians to tailor interventions based on individual genetic variations. Additionally, AI drives systems AI driven systems can dynamically update treatment plans using real time patient data, ensuring optimized and adaptive care. So, suppose there's a patient like patient A here. He's a fast progressor and requires aggressive intervention, and patient B is a slow progressor who is benefiting from a more conservative treatment approach. So, this level of precision is ensured by AI based systems, and thus each patient receives the right treatment at the right time. So, finally, we can see that Parkinson's disease research is experiencing a paradigm shift. It is transitioning from a descriptive approach to a predictive one. Previously, in the descriptive, and this shift basically happens through the power of AI. So, in the descriptive model, the focus was on late stage symptoms and mapping the neuronal loss. Analysis here relied on the patient history and neuroimaging, often detecting the disease only after 60 to 80% of the dopaminergic neurons have degenerated. As a result, treatment remains largely symptomatic and reactive, and it's based on generalized averages rather than individualized insights. This approach limits our ability to intervene early, and we often miss out the critical window where disease progression could be slowed or prevented altogether. AI serves as the catalyst for this change, as I said. It basically bridges the gap between the traditional observation and proactive prediction. By analyzing vast and complex data sets, it enables the detection of subtle molecular alterations long before clinical symptoms manifest. This transition represents a shift from hindsight to foresight, transforming reactive medicine into a proactive healthcare. Now, in the predictive model, uh, found as we can see on the right side of the slide, we see that there's this emergence of this predictive paradigm which I was saying. The focus here will be identifying prodromal molecular changes and forecasting disease risk years before symptoms onset. Leveraging multiomics data, kinetic modeling, and AI algorithms to detect early protein misfolding and aggregation. There is an advantage to this, that is, it enables molecular interception in a targeted and personalized way, and that is going to be again tailored to each patient's unique risk profile. This predictive capability allows clinicians to intervene long before motor symptoms appear, significantly improving patient outcomes. As illustrated, AI can identify early subtle protein misfolding, particularly involving alpha synuclein, years before clinical diagnosis. This provides a critical window for molecular intervention, transforming Parkinson's disease management from a delayed treatment to a early prevention. The path forward is basically that this paradigm shift guides us towards a more precise and efficient future in biomedical research and clinical practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Gorky. We now move to Vishnu N. Vinod Kumar. He has a background in project management. He will be speaking on how AI can support both patients and doctors in maintaining mental well being. Welcome, Vishnu.
Hello, my name is Vishnu Nigatil Vinod Kumar. I hope everyone is doing good. Today I want to talk about a shift that is both simple and profound, moving from survival to thriving in healthcare. For a long time, our healthcare system has been built around survival. We focus on managing symptoms and preventing crises. And of course, that work is essential. It saves lives every single day. But if we pause for a moment and ask ourselves, is survival enough? The answer increasingly is no. Because survival doesn't necessarily mean well being. It doesn't mean feeling mentally strong, emotionally balanced, or fulfilled. So the real question becomes, how do we move beyond survival towards thriving? This is where artificial intelligence or AI began to play a powerful role. When many people think of AI is in healthcare, they think of diagnostics, automation, or data analysis. But its potential goes much further. AI can become a continuous support system, one that helps people understand themselves better, detect challenges early, and build healthier mental habits over time. Let's start with patients. Traditionally, mental health care is reactive. A person seeks help when something is already wrong, but AI allows us to shift towards proactive care. Imagine tools that can track patterns in mood, sleep, behavior, or even the way someone communicates. These systems can identify subtle changes, early signs of stress, anxiety, or depression often before the individual fully recognizes them. And then, instead of waiting for the crisis, support can begin immediately. AI can offer personalized interventions, whether that's a short mindfulness exercise, a cognitive behavioral prompt, or a moment of guided reflection. What makes this powerful is that it's not one size fits all, it's adapted to the individual, their lifestyle, their needs, their rhythms. And most importantly, it's available in real time. Mental health support is no longer confined to occupational appointments, it becomes something integrated into everyday life. But thriving isn't just about patients. We also need to talk about doctors and clinicians. Because behind every healthcare system are people who are often under immense pressure, dealing with long hours, emotional strain, and increasing administrative burdens. Burnout among clinicians is not just a personal issue, it's a system wide challenge. Here, AI can help in two important ways. First, by reducing workload, automating documentation, streamlining processes, and minimizing repetitive tasks. All of this frees up time and mental energy. And secondly, by supporting clinicians on mental health. AI can help identify early signs of burnout, offer reflective tool, and provide insight based on workload and stress patterns. This matters because when clinicians are supported, they can reconnect with the most meaningful part of their work, the human connection with patients. However, the shift from survival to thriving is not just about technology, it's also about how we design and use the technology. AI must be built with empathy, transparency, and trust at its core. People need to feel supported, not monitored, empowered, not replaced. And we must take ethical considerations seriously, including privacy, bias, and the protection of human anatomy. Because ultimately, thriving is about dignity and agency. So, what does it really mean to thrive? It means more than the absence of illness, it means having the ability to adapt, to find purpose, to maintain emotional balance, and to feel connected both to survive and to others. To conclude, AI gives us the opportunity to transform healthcare, to move from simply fixing what is wrong to actively building what is strong, from reacting to the problems to supporting well being every day. And in doing so, we can create a system that doesn't just help people survive, but truly helps both patients and doctors thrive. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thanks, Vishnu. Our next speaker is Kyle Lenny. He holds a master's in public health from University of South Florida and is currently working as a medical researcher at Moffitt Cancer Center. Kyle will be presenting on mental conditioning and psychological readiness in youth sports. Welcome, Kyle.
Mental conditioning and psychological readiness. Medical perspectives on cognitive performance optimization in elite sport. Beyond 45-minute threshold. Sympathetic activation. Catecholamine surge increases heart rate variability, affecting cognitive processing speed. Parasympathetic recovery. Vagal tone restoration post-event predicts next session readiness more reliably than subjective reporting. Neuroendocrine load in training. Chronic elevation of stress biomarkers indicates maladaptive training load rather than optimal conditioning. Cortisol to testosterone ratio exceeding 30 to 1 indicates imminent burnout risk requiring intervention. Burnout versus mental toughness. Emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, cynicism, reduced efficacy. These are clinical markers requiring structured recovery. Psychological resilience, adaptive coping, cognitive reframing, stress inoculation. These are trainable competencies. Performance sustainability. Long-term career outcomes depend on distinguishing productive stress from pathological load. AI-based cognitive load tracking, real-time monitoring. Machine learning algorithms analyze reaction time variability, pupillometry data, and task switching errors to quantify mental fatigue. Wearable EEG headsets capture theta beta ratios during training, providing objective cognitive state assessment independent of self-report bias. Heart rate variability and mental state. HRV serves as a non-invasive window into autonomous nervous system balance and psychological readiness. Morning baseline capture. RM SSD measurement within 5 minutes of waking, supine position, controlled breathing. Trend analysis. The 7-day rolling average compared against individual baseline establishes the readiness threshold. Training modification. Sustained 10% reduction triggers load adjustments. 20% reduction mandates rest day. Neurofeedback and AI integration. Operant conditioning. Real-time brainwave feedback enables athletes to consciously modulate anxiety states. Adaptive protocols. AI personalizes training intensity based on progressive patterns and neurophysiological response. Clinical outcomes. Documented improvements in attention control and pre-competition anxiety management. Injury-related psychological trauma. Return to play anxiety. Post-injury fear of re-injury affects biomechanics, decision-making, and long-term career trajectory. Kinesiophobia scales predict return to sport failure more accurately than physical testing alone. Cognitive behavioral interventions integrated with physiotherapy demonstrate superior outcomes compared to standard rehabilitation protocols. Screening. The Tampa scale for kinesiophobia administered at entry on-site in weekly intervals. Intervention. Graded exposure therapy combined with imagery rehearsal reduces catastrophizing. Monitoring. Movement confidence assessments correlate with objective biomechanical symmetry. Key clinical considerations. Consistency over peaks. Sustainable performance trumps exceptional moments. Longitudinal data reveals patterns invisible in isolated assessments. Ethics of mental data. Informed consent, data ownership, and protection against coercive monitoring require explicit governance frameworks. Clinician AI collaboration. Technology augments but never replaces clinical judgment. Algorithms inform, but humans decide.
Thank you, Kyle. Now we move to our next speaker, Soumya Dilima. She has a master's degree in genetics. She will be presenting on AI-driven real-time fMRI decoding and its implications. Welcome, Soumya ji.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here today. I'm Soumya Tilima. Today, I'll discuss how artificial intelligence can decode functional MRI brain signals to predict what a person is seeing, and in some cases, help reconstruct the visual content from brain activity. This field combines neuroscience, computer vision, and generative AI to translate patterns in the visual cortex into meaningful image representations. Recent progress in diffusion based models and real time processing frameworks has moved the field from offline analysis towards near real time reconstruction. Now let's see what is functional MRI and visual perception. Functional MRI measures blood oxygen level dependent or bold signals which indirectly reflect neural activity across the brain, including regions involved in visual processing. Visual perception itself is hierarchical, beginning with low level features such as edges and contrast, and moving towards higher level object and semantic understanding. So, decoding requires models that can capture both structure and meaning. A major limitation is temporal speed because standard functional MRI is much slower than neural firing, which makes true real time decoding difficult. Now, let's see the evolution of brain decoding. Early visual decoding methods relied on simpler statistical or linear models and were mostly limited to coarse feature recovery from brain activity. Deep learning improved this by learning richer mappings between functional MRI patterns and images, and more recent diffusion based systems have substantially improved semantic and structural reconstruction quality. The latest stage of the field combines powerful foundation style models with streaming pipelines, which is what makes near real time decoding increasingly realistic. Now, let's see why real time decoding matters. Real time decoding matters because it changes brain reading from a retrospective laboratory method into an interactive system. That opens the door to applications such as brain computer interfaces, communication support, neurofeedback, and adaptive clinical tools that respond while the signal is being acquired. The ability to process functional MRI data continuously could make decoding much more useful in both research and healthcare settings. The AI techniques involved in fMRI decoding. Modern functional MRI decoding systems often combine three parts, that is, a brain encoder, a latent representation space connected to visual models, and a generative decoder that reconstructs images. Diffusion based methods have become especially important because they can recover more realistic and semantically meaningful visual outputs from noisy brain signals. In simple terms, the AI learns how patterns of brain activity align with image features, then generates the image that best matches that neural pattern. Now let's see the process involved. There are three steps involved in it. Step 1. The first step is data acquisition, where participants view images or natural scenes inside an MRI scanner while brain activity is being recorded. These paired data sets are essential because the model needs examples linking specific visual inputs with corresponding functional MRI patterns. Most studies focus strongly on signals from visual cortex, where image related information is most directly represented. The step 2 process involved is pre processing and feature extraction. Here, the raw functional MRI data is pre processed to reduce noise and improve reliability through steps such as motor correction, alignment, and signal cleaning. Researchers then extract informative features, often from selected brain regions, and map them into a latent space that the AI model can use effectively. This stage is crucial because reconstruction quality depends heavily on how well the input signal is cleaned and represented. Well, the third step involved is AI model training and real time prediction. Here, the model learns the relationship between the functional MRI activity and image representations, often using large scale generative models to support reconstruction. In a real time setting, incoming functional MRI volumes are streamed, analyzed, and passed through trained decoder with minimal delay. A recent live demonstration reported real time reconstruction of visual perception from standard 3T functional MRI using RT Cloud together with Mind I2, showing that this approach can work on widely available MRI systems. Now let's see the implications and applications. The current AI based systems can reconstruct natural scenes and perform image retrieval much more accurately than the earlier decoding methods. Real time pipelines are especially exciting because they could support assistive communication, neuroprosthetics, and future mental health applications where internal cognitive states are otherwise hard to observe directly. As model quality improves, these systems may become more robust, scalable, and clinically meaningful. To conclude, AI driven functional MRI decoding is rapidly progressing from offline visual reconstruction towards dynamic and real time systems. The combination of brain imaging, advanced representation learning, and generative AI offers major opportunities for understanding perception and building better brain computer interfaces. The next frontier is improving speed, accuracy, cross subject generalization, and ethical safeguards related to privacy, consent, and responsible use of decoded brain data. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dyotima Chakraborty with an MTech in bioinformatics. She will be presenting on AI driven drug repurposing using graph neural networks. Welcome, Dyotima.
Hello everyone, I am Dyotima Chakraborty. Today I will be discussing on the topic AI driven precision repurposing using graph neural networks to target the GK's lysosomal pathway. The idea is to see if we can use AI, specifically graph neural networks, to intervene in one of the core pathological loops in Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's is a progressive neurodegenerative disorder. At cellular level, it is a failure of protein clearance. Neurons start accumulating alpha synuclein, which forms toxic aggregates known as Lewy bodies. Now, this is not just about protein misfolding, it is also linked to lysosomal dysfunction, meaning the cell's recycling system is not working properly. One of the important gene like GBA1 mutation in this gene is a key contributor linking to the lysosomal failure. At the molecular level, GCS is a lysosomal hydrolase responsible for maintaining lipid homeostasis. It catalyzes the conversion of glycerol into glucose and ceramide within the lysosome. However, mutations in the GBA gene led to misfolded or functionally compromised GCS. This results in reduced enzymatic activity and impaired trafficking of the enzyme to the lysosome, thereby disrupting normal cellular recycling process. The pathological interaction between the GCase dysfunction and the alpha-synuclein aggregation operates as a bidirectional feedback system. First, reduced GCase activity leads to the accumulation of glycer within lysosome. This lipid accumulation promotes conformational instability in the alpha-synuclein, facilitating its aggregation into toxic oligomeric and fibrillary forms. Subsequently, aggregated alpha-synuclein interferes with the intercellular trafficking, further impairing the delivery of newly synthesized GCase into the lysosome. This creates a self-reinforcing cycle, ultimately leading to the lysosomal failure, impaired uh, proteostasis, and progressive neural degeneration. To address or investigate this molecular problem, we can consider computational approaches such as graph-based and geometric deep learning models, which may provide us with a solution. In the graph-based molecular modeling framework, the molecular structures are represented as graphs where atoms are treated as nodes and bonds as edges. This representation preserves critical structural relationships and allows for accurate prediction of molecular interaction. Also, there is geometric deep learning, which incorporates three-dimensional spatial constraints, enabling better estimation of ligand binding, energetics, and interaction specificity. Traditional molecular docking approaches are limited by manual configuration requirements and lack scalability. To overcome this problem, we can implement an automated high throughput computational pipeline capable of evaluating large compound libraries. This framework integrates structural biology with deep learning to generate ranked candidate molecules based on predicted binding performance. Such scalability is essential for efficient drug repurposing. These are some examples of existing AI toolkits. These tools are based on architectures such as diffusion based models that can predict ligand binding poses without predefined binding site, while convolutional neural networks estimate binding affinities based on spatial and physiochemical features, and lastly, graph neural networks extend further extend this by predicting pharmacokinetic properties, toxicity, and blood-brain barrier permeability. However, strong computational predictions are not sufficient for therapeutic translation. Therefore, system level validation is essential to ensure biological relevance. This includes ADMET prediction to evaluate safety and pharmacokinetics. Interactome analysis is done to identify potential off-target effects within biological networks, and molecular dynamic simulations to assess the stability of ligand protein interaction under realistic physiological conditions. In conclusion, we can see the integration of AI driven tools including diffusion models, neural networks, and graph neural networks provides a comprehensive computational framework for drug repurposing. This approach may accelerate the identification of promising therapeutic candidates and also reduce development time and cost, ultimately improving the likelihood of clinical success. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dyutima. We now have Jennifer Renisha, a biotechnology graduate, presenting on AI guided drug repurposing for Parkinson's disease. Welcome, Jennifer.
Hi everyone, thank you for being here. Today I'll be talking about how AI guided analysis of transcriptomic data can accelerate drug repurposing efforts for Parkinson's disease. with a particular focus on finding truly disease modifying therapies rather than just treating symptoms. Parkinson's is a progressive brain disorder where dopamine producing neurons in the substantia nigra slowly die. This loss, together with a buildup of misfolded alpha synuclein in Lewy bodies, leads to the motor symptoms we know like tremor, non motor problems like mood changes, and cognitive decline. Taken together, these changes seriously affect independence and quality of life for patients and their families. Current drugs like levodopa can be life changing early on, but they mainly treat symptoms and they do not stop the underlying neuron loss. Over time, many patients develop wearing off periods and involuntary movements such as dyskinesias, even as disability continues to progress. Meanwhile, developing entirely new drugs from scratch is slow, extremely costly, and especially risky in brain disease. That's where drug repurposing comes in. Instead of starting from zero, we ask, can drugs that are already approved and whose safety and dosing we understand be deployed in Parkinson's? If we can identify the right candidates, we can potentially cut years of the development timeline and reduce the risk and cost compared with the de novo discovery. To do this in a systematic way, we need to understand what Parkinson's looks like at a molecular level, and that's where transcriptomic data comes in. By comparing gene expression profiles from Parkinson's tissue or models with healthy controls, we can build a disease signature, a pattern of which genes and pathways are consistently disturbed. This signature repeatedly points to mitochondrial dysfunction, oxidative stress, neuroinflammation, and problems with protein folding. The challenge is that these data sets are huge with thousands of genes changing together, and that's where AI and machine learning shine. Using approaches like connectivity mapping in resources such as CMAP, we can compare the Parkinson's gene expression signature to signature measured after cells are exposed to many different drugs. Putting this into a workflow, we first generate a robust PD transcriptomic signature from patient samples or well validated models. We then run AI models to compare that signature against large libraries of drug induced signatures and rank compounds that the best reverse the disease pattern while also considering safety and specificity. The most promising hits are then taken into stepwise validation, like in silico, in cell systems, and in animal models, before we think about moving them into clinical trials. Recent studies using systems biology and AI driven transcriptomic analysis have already highlighted repurposing candidates that act on mitochondrial function, oxidative stress, and inflammation, and specific PD risk genes. Large groups, including teams at centers like the Cleveland Clinic, are building models that directly link genetic risk networks in PD to druggable targets and candidate compounds. So, to wrap up, pairing AI with transcriptomic data gives us a powerful framework for drug repurposing in Parkinson's disease. It's faster and more efficient than starting from scratch, and it's inherently pathway focused, which brings us closer to truly disease modifying and eventually personalized therapies. The critical next steps are strong experimental validation and carefully designed clinical trials to run these computational hits into a real options for patients. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope this overview has given you a clear sense of how AI guided transcriptomic analysis can support drug repurposing efforts in Parkinson's disease and why this approach is so promising for finding disease modifying therapies. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have Yogita V. She has completed a master's in biotechnology. She will be speaking on digital biomarkers and AI in early diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. Welcome, Yogita.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yogita. I will be presenting on the topic digital biomarkers and AI in early diagnosis of Parkinson's disease. I will be discussing how digital biomarkers combined with AI are transforming the early detection of Parkinson's disease by continuous monitoring of subtle neurological changes. Parkinson's disease is a progressive neurodegenerative disorder that affects movement due to loss of dopamine producing neurons in the substantia nigra. A major challenge is late diagnosis, as clinical symptoms like tremor and rigidity appear only after significant neural damage has been occurred. In fact, by the time these symptoms become noticeable, nearly 50 to 60% of dopaminergic neurons are already lost, which limits the effectiveness of the treatment. Dopaminergic neurodegeneration and prodromal signatures alpha-synuclein aggregation plays a central role in Parkinson's disease by disrupting the nigrostriatal pathway, leading to early subtle motor symptoms such as bradykinesia and tremor, along with non-motor changes in speech and gait. The prodromal phase, particularly REM sleep behavior disorder, is highly significant, as nearly 80% of cases progress to Parkinson's disease within 10 to 15 years, making it a critical window for early detection. Digital signals, including accelerometry and acoustic analysis, enable quantification of micro-level variability in movement and voice even before changes appear on clinical scales like MDS, UPDRS. For biotech relevance, integrating these sensor-derived data with underlying synuclein pathology allows objective and scalable early diagnosis. REM sleep behavior disorder as a prodromal window for digital biomarker detection. Speech biomarkers IRBD patients exhibit early vocal and motor alteration. Automated speech analysis discriminates prodromal Parkinsonism with AUC lesser than zero point 0.7 from natural phone call recording. Longitudinal studies show speech biomarkers predict phenoconversion to Parkinson's disease with AUC approximately zero point 0.8 in multilingual IRBD cohorts. Wearable and sleep metrics complement vocal data, capturing excessive daytime drowsiness and motor overflow during REM. This non-invasive digital markers precede clinical motor onsets by years, leveraging consumer-grade devices for population-scale screening. Digital biomarkers, objective, continuous and non-invasive measures for early Parkinson's disease. Motor category, gait variability, stride length, postural sway, non-motor voice jitter, finger tapping frequency, handwriting dynamics. FDA EMA validation. Aligned validation pathways emphasize ecological validity in real-world environment versus clinic. Advantages: passive longitudinal home-based collection with high temporal resolution over traditional biomarkers. Biotech integration, sensor fusion with molecular data enhances specificity for premotor synucleinopathy. Inertial measurement units quantifying gait variability and postural sway in early Parkinson's disease. Inertial sensors such as accelerometers and gyroscopes, which can be worn on waist or in shoes, are used to measure movement during walking. These sensors capture detailed parameters like stride timing, balance, body sway in early Parkinson's disease, even before diagnosis. Patients show subtle changes such as increased variability in walking patterns and reduced arm sway. Advanced AI models, especially CNN LSTM, can analyze this movement data, accurately distinguish early Parkinson's cases. Validated systems like Mobility Lab also show good relation with the clinical scores. Smartphone kinematics for detection of bradykinesia and resting tremor. Smartphones can be used to detect early Parkinson's symptoms using built-in sensors and touchscreen data. These measure parameters like finger tapping speed, reduced movement, amplitude, tremor frequency, typically in the 4 to 6 Hz range. Studies show that Empower study that combining gait, balance, and tapping data can accurately classify Parkinson's disease with high accuracy. These devices also allow continuous real-time monitoring, helping track changes in symptoms and even responses to medications like levodopa. Using signal processing features from movement data are extracted and analyzed by machine learning models. Importantly, even consumer smartphones can detect subtle early changes like bradykinesia with high sensitivity and specific vocal acoustic biomarkers, dysarthria, and phonation features in prodromal Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's disease affects speech early due to impaired motor control, a condition known as hypokinetic dysarthria. This leads to reduced pitch variation, a more monotonous voice, and small irregularities in sound such as jitter and shimmer, which can be detected from simple voice recordings. AI models can analyze these voice features and achieve high accuracy, often above 90%, in distinguishing early Parkinson's cases. In prodromal conditions like REM sleep behavioral disorder, subtle changes in speech, such as reduced clarity, variation, can help predict disease progression. These methods are non invasive and scalable, requiring only short recordings. From biotechnology perspective, these vocal changes reflect early basal ganglia dysfunction even before limb symptoms appear. Feature engineering and traditional machine learning in digital biomarker analysis. In digital biomarker analysis, raw data from sensors is first processed to extract meaningful features such as voice shimmer or gait variability. To understand how the models make decisions, techniques like sharp values are used, which highlight the important features and ensure biological relevance. To improve reliability, subject-wise cross-validation is applied, which prevents data leakage and ensures model works well across different individuals. Additionally, dimensionality reduction helps in selecting only the most important features, reducing complexity while maintaining interpretability. Convolutional and recurrent neural network for multimodal digital biomarker integration. Deep learning models such as CNNs and LSTMs are widely used to analyze digital biomarkers. CNNs help identify patterns in data like voice spectrograms or guide signals, while LSTMs capture how the signals change over time. While combined into hybrid CNN LSTM model, they show very high accuracy in detecting early Parkinson's disease. Importantly, combining multiple data types such as voice, gait, tapping improves performance significantly, increasing accuracy compared to using a single data source. These models can also learn directly from raw data without manual feature extraction, allowing detection of very subtle early changes. Techniques like transfer learning and proper data balancing further improve model reliability. Diagnostic performance, accuracy, sensitivity, and AUC in validated AI models AI models using digital biomarkers show strong diagnostic performance in early Parkinson's detection. Voice-based models achieve high accuracy, with recent studies reporting up to 99% accuracy, AUC value 7.91. Wearable-based approaches also perform well, with AUC value 7.92 and high sensitivity and specificity in early-stage patients. In prodromal conditions like REM sleep behavior disorder, speech biomarkers can predict disease progression with AUC of around 0.8. Additionally, these models show good reliability over time, with test-retest consistency and better sensitivity to disease progression compared to traditional clinical. Multimodal integration, enhancing predictive power for preclinical Parkinson's disease detection. Combining multiple digital biomarkers significantly improve early detection of Parkinson's disease compared to using a single type data. Recent research shows a shift towards deep learning models that integrate both motor and non-motor features for more precise disease identification. These approaches enable passive and scalable screening, which can reduce diagnostic delays from years to months, especially in high-risk groups like patients with REM sleep behavior disorder. From biotechnology perspective, digital biomarkers connect underlying molecular changes such as alpha-nuclein pathology with objective clinical detection. Overall, recent studies confirm that these methods are accurate, reliable, and suitable for large-scale early diagnosis. Thank you.
Thank you, Yogita. We now move to Pragati Untwale with a master's in biotechnology. Her presentation focuses on AI-based early detection of depression using behavioral and speech patterns. Welcome, Pragati.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm Pragati Untawale. We're going to be present on a topic AI-based early detection of depression using behavioral and speech patterns. Depression is often a silent and an overlooked condition, and this work focuses on how AI can help us identify it earlier and intervene time. Depression often goes undetected because its symptoms are subtle and develop gradually. AI-based detection addresses this by analyzing large volume of personal data to identify early sign of depression, sometimes even before clinical diagnosis. It uses inputs like speech, digital communication, social media activity, and sleep or activity patterns. One of the key ways depression manifests is through changes in speech. People experiencing depression may speak with a flatter tone, reduced speech variation, slower speed, and longer pauses. These changes may not be easily noticeable, but AI can detect and quantify them, making speech a powerful marker for early detection. Depression also significantly affects daily behavior. Individuals may show reduced social interaction, disturbed sleep pattern, lower physical activity, and increased use of negative languages. These behavioral shifts often happen gradually, but AI can continuously monitor and detect these early warning signs. To detect depression, AI follows a structured processes. It begins with data collection, then extracts meaningful features, identify patterns, and finally performs risk assessment. Through this pipeline, subtle behavior and the emotional changes are converted into measurable indicator of depression risk. There are certain applications in healthcare to measure the depression level. This approach is especially valuable in addressing depression at particular scales. First, mental health apps allow individuals to monitor their own symptoms. Telemedicine enables remote screening, and clinical tools support doctors in identifying at risk patients earlier. This is particularly important for those who may hesitate to seek help. AI based detection offers major benefits in managing depression. It enables early diagnosis before symptoms worsen, provides continuous monitoring instead of occasional checkups, and support personalized treatment plans. This can significantly improve recovery outcomes. However, when dealing with depression, ethical considerations are critical. Sensitive personal data must be protected, and AI systems must avoid bias to ensure fair detection across populations. Most importantly, AI should support, not replace, mental health professionals. Depression care requires empathy, understanding, and human connection. AI enhances this by providing early signals and continuous insight, while clinicians make the final decision. This collaboration helps extend mental health care to more people, especially those who might otherwise go unnoticed. At last, I would like to conclude depression is often hidden, progressive, and underdiagnosed. Early detection is essential, but difficult using traditional methods. AI offers a powerful solution by identifying subtle changes in speech and behavior. When used responsibly alongside human care, it can improve accessibility, enable early intervention, and ultimately can save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Pragati. Now I, Zeenat Firdaus, will be briefly presenting. I come from a background in biotechnology with growing interest in psychology, especially dream psychology and mental health applications. My presentation explores sleep neuroscience and its implications for AI in mental health. Hello everyone, I am Zeenat Firdaus. I'm trained in biotechnology at undergraduate and postgraduate level. And over the time, I got this curiosity towards neuroscience, specifically towards understanding how the brain processes emotion and what that might mean for the technologies that we are building around mental health. I work in education where I see young people navigating mental health and AI tools every single day. Today, I want to ask a question that sits at the center of all of that. What can the sleeping brain teach us about building AI that is genuinely emotionally intelligent? Let's start somewhere unexpected. Last night, your brain generated an entire world, complete with characters, emotional stakes, social tension, sometimes fear, sometimes joy. It did this entirely from internal signals. No external input, no data set, no prompt. And when you woke up, some of that feeling stayed with you. Your brain did that every night for your entire life. I find that extraordinary. And I find it even more extraordinary that as we build some of the most ambitious AI systems in history, systems designed to support human mental health, the dreaming brain remains one of the most underexplored blueprints that we have. That is what I want to talk about today. Not what AI is getting wrong, but what sleep neuroscience might help it get profoundly right. I want to be clear upfront. AI mental health tools are already doing genuinely important work. They are accessible at 3 a.m. when no one else is. They reduce the stigma around help seeking. They reach populations that formerly mental health infrastructure will never reach. That is real and it matters. But the most exciting question in this space right now is not whether AI can support mental health. It clearly can. The question is, how much better could it get if we took neuroscience seriously as a design input? And specifically, if we took the neuroscience of dreaming seriously. During the REM sleep, the prefrontal cortex goes largely quiet. The amygdala and hippocampus, your emotional core and your memory center, become hyperactive. The brain begins replaying emotionally significant experiences, not faithfully like a recording, but selectively. It extracts the emotional signature of events and reprocesses them in a neurochemical environment that is uniquely low in stress hormones. The result? And sleep researchers have been building this evidence base carefully over decades, is that you wake up having processed something you couldn't process while awake. Emotional charge is reduced, connections form between experiences that seemed completely unrelated. The brain has done something remarkably close to what good therapy tries to do deliberately. And crucially, it does this not through language or narrative logic, but through emotional salience, through the brain's ability to weigh experiences by how much they matter, not by how clearly they were articulated. This brings me to the first of three genuine frontiers for AI mental health development. I call it affective salience modeling. The dreaming brain does not weigh experiences by linguistic frequency. It weighs them by emotional intensity. Sometimes by experiences that we never put into words at all. Current AI systems trained on language are extraordinarily good at detecting sentiment, at recognizing the linguistic markers of distress. But the next interesting design question is this: can we build systems that model what actually matters to a person? Not just what they say, but the weight behind it. Some early work in affective computing and physiological signaling integration is already pointing in this direction. It is genuinely exciting, and I think it is only the beginning. The second frontier is what I'd call affective continuity. One of the most remarkable things the REM brain does is maintain emotional coherence across a completely incoherent narrative. Dreams are spatially impossible, temporally fragmented, and logically broken. And yet the emotional thread running through them is consistent and meaningful. There is something critically important here for AI design. A system that resets emotionally with every exchange, that treats each message as a fresh interaction, is missing something the dreaming brain solved a very long time ago. Building emotional memory that persists and accumulates across a session, that tracks not just what was said, but the affective arc of the conversation, that is one of the more tractable and impactful design problems in this space right now. The third frontier is perhaps the most nuanced, and in some ways the most important. The most therapeutically significant material in many mental health conversations is never directly stated. It exists what someone circles around, in what goes quiet at a particular moment, in the shape of an avoidance. The dreaming brain processes emotional material that was never encoded in language. Trauma research has established this clearly. As AI systems become more multimodal, as they begin integrating voice, pause, prosody, and eventually physiological signals, the question of how to model what exists beneath articulation becomes both technically fascinating and clinically vital. This is not science fiction. This is the direction the field is already moving. What I find compelling about using the dream brain as a blueprint is that it is not speculative. It is not asking AI to replicate consciousness or generate genuine emotion. It is asking something far more tractable. Can we build systems whose functional architecture more closely resembles what the brain actually does when it processes emotional experience? The dreaming brain is not conscious in the way we normally mean. It is not using language, it is not reasoning in the conventional sense, and yet it is doing something therapeutically powerful. Every night, in every person, reliably. That is not a mystical observation, that is an engineering invitation. We are at an early and genuinely exciting moment in AI mental health. The tools being built now will shape how an entire generation relates to emotional support, to help seeking, to their own inner lives. Getting the architecture right, building systems informed, not just by what therapy sounds like, by what emotional processing actually is, feels like one of the most important design challenges of this decade. Sleep neuroscience has been quietly solving parts of this problem for millions of years, every night in every person without fail. The blueprint already exists. We just haven't been reading it carefully enough. I think it is time we get started. Thank you. I hope you like it. Next, we have Ritika Datta, who has completed her master's in translational neuroscience. She will be speaking on predictive coding and its influence on modern deep learning approaches. Welcome, Ritika.
Today, I want to talk about a very powerful idea that sits right at the intersection of neuroscience and artificial intelligence: predictive coding. At its core, this is the brain's strategy for understanding the world, not by passively receiving information, but by constantly predicting it. And what's fascinating is that this same principle is now beginning to reshape how we think about deep learning systems. Let me start with something slightly unsettling. Right now, as you're looking at this slide, your brain is just not seeing it, like a camera. Instead, it's actively generating predictions about what it expects to see. Your actual perception is mostly an internal stimulation, updated only when reality doesn't match expectations. So, in a sense, you're not seeing the world directly, you're seeing your brain's best guess of it, corrected in real time. This is what we call predictive coding, and it is one of the most important frameworks linking neuroscience and AI. Now, predictive coding was formalized by neuroscientist Carl Friston, building on much older ideas from Helmholtz. The key idea is simple but extremely profound. It is that the brain is not just a passive processor, it's a hierarchy of prediction machines. High level brain, it generates several expectations around the world, and the lower level checks whether those expectations are correct. So perception becomes less about input, it's more about continuously refining predictions. This process works through what's called the prediction error loop. Now, what happens is that the brain sends top down predictions, then it compares them with actual sensory inputs. If there's a mismatch, it generally generates a error signal, and finally it updates its internal model. Like I said, updation in real time. And here's the key insight: if a prediction is perfect, the brain stays silent. That means that the brain is incredibly efficient. It only spends energy on quote unquote surprises. In other words, intelligence is driven more by error correction. Now, here's where things get really exciting. So, this structure looks surprisingly similar to how we train deep neural networks. In the brain, we have top down predictions, bottom up error, signal corrections. Now, in AI, we have a forward pass to make predictions and back propagation to correct errors. So, even though AI isn't explicitly designed this way, it's converging towards the same architecture that the human brain uses. It's almost like we have been rediscovering what the brain has already figured out. But there's a crucial difference. In standard neural networks, learning happens in two separate steps, right? So, a forward pass, then a backward pass. The brain doesn't do that. In predictive coding, prediction and correction happens simultaneously at every level in real time. Every layer is constantly updating itself. This makes the brain far more efficient and suggests that predictive coding could be a blueprint for better AI systems. We are already seeing this idea show up in modern research. For example, predictive coding inspired models are more robust to noise and unexpected inputs. Self supervised models like BERT, GPT are essentially learning by prediction, filling in missing or future information. And in robotics, Friston's free energy principle is being used to design agents that actively seek out surprising experiences to learn. So, this isn't just theory anymore, it's actively reshaping next generation AI. For decades, we have built AI using loose inspiration from the brain. But predictive coding gives us something more stronger, a mechanistic and mathematically grounded framework for intelligence. It tells us not just that the brain learns, but how it learns at the level of circuits. And that makes it incredibly valuable for engineering. So, now to summarize, first, the brain is fundamentally a prediction machine. Second, deep learning already mirrors the structure but less efficiently. Third, research is rapidly moving towards predictive error minimizing systems. And finally, predictive coding may become the next standard architecture for AI, especially as we aim for systems that are more efficient, robust, and adaptive. I'll leave you with this thought that the brain had around 500 million years to optimize how intelligence worked. And predictive coding might be one of its most fundamental principles. So maybe the future of AI isn't about inventing something entirely new, but about finally understanding what the brain has been doing all along. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ritika. Our next speaker is Aditi Dubey. She has a background in applied microbiology and biotechnology. Her presentation explores how underlying biological mechanisms, such as replicative stress, may influence performance outcomes, offering a research driven perspective on resilience and breakdown in high performance environments. Welcome, Aditi.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aditi Dubey, and today this talk will focus on how we can move from complex biological data to actionable clinical decisions using AI, particularly in the context of tumor microenvironment. So, let me start with the core clinical challenge. Immunotherapy has revolutionized cancer treatment, but it works only for a fraction of patients. Many show either primary or acquired resistance. At the same time, there is significant variability between patients due to the differences in tumor biology and immune context. So, clinicians are often left with a trial and error approach, despite having massive amounts of biological data. So, here the key problem is not lack of data, it's the lack of decision making frameworks. Now, we'll look into tumor microenvironment. To understand this variability, we need to look at the tumor microenvironment, or we call it as TME. This includes not just tumor cells, but immune cells, stromal cells, blood vessels, and extracellular matrix. It's a highly dynamic and heterogeneous system. The key idea here is that the tumor microenvironment ultimately determines whether immunotherapy succeeds or it fails. Now, let's look into the functional states. Importantly, it's not just about which cells are present, it's about their functional state. For example, CD8 plus T cells can either active or tumor killing, or exhausted and ineffective. Macrophages can exist in M1 anti-tumor states or M2 pro-tumor states. As you can see in the diagrams, the difference between M1 macrophage and M2 macrophage. Regulatory T cells suppress immune responses and limit therapy effectiveness. So, two tumors with similar cell composition can behave completely different depending on these activation states. Now, modern cancer biology generates massive multimodal data. This includes genomics, transcriptomics, single cell sequencing, spatial transcriptomics, and digital pathology. Each of these provides a different layer of information. But the challenge is that human interpretation alone cannot handle this complexity. This is where AI becomes essential, not optional. Now let's look into the AI framework. AI acts as a clinical decision engine. It integrates multiple data types, identifies patterns using machine learning and deep learning, and generate predictions. For example, AI can classify patients as responders or non-responders, analyze histopathology images, and map cell-to-cell interactions. This transforms raw data into actionable clinical decisions. So now let's look what happens at single cell level. At the single cell level, AI helps resolve cellular complexity. It can identify rare immune populations, track how cells evolve over time, and detect T cells exhaustion pathways. It can even predict immune escape mechanisms before clinical progression. This gives us a mechanistic understanding of why therapies fail. But biology is not just about cell types. It's also about spatial organization. Spatial transcriptomics combined with AI allows us to map where cells are located within the tumor. This helps identify hot tumors, which are inflamed and responsive, and cold tumors, which lack immune infiltration and are resistant. So, location is just as important as composition. Now, all these lead to precision therapy. AI can predict treatment response before therapy begins, stratify patients into more precise subgroups, and guide combination therapies tailored to the tumor microenvironment. This shifts oncology from a trial and error approach to a predictive, personalized strategy. Looking ahead, we are moving toward integrated precision medicine. AI will enable digital twins of tumors, real time adaptive therapies, and continuous monitoring. Importantly, the tumor microenvironment also influences mental resilience. Chronic inflammation is linked to fatigue, cognitive impairment, and mood changes in cancer patients. AI can help predict not just treatment outcomes but also patient well being. So, to conclude, the future of oncology lies at the intersection of biological precision and patient centered care. Thank you, everyone.
There was a misannouncement about Aditi's presentation topic. It is actually AI driven insights into the tumor microenvironment for precision immunotherapy. Thank you, Aditi. It was a nice talk. Now we will be having a short break for 10 minutes. We will be joining after 10 minutes, and I request all of you to join at like uh, sharply 10 minutes from now. Okay. Thank you. We now move into the final segment focusing on applied AI and healthcare systems. We now have Dr. Aditya Thakur, founder at Dentifrice. He will be speaking on dental AI, microbiome research, and global opportunities in this space. Welcome, Dr. Aditya.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Aditya Thakur. I'm an innovator, a founder, and an entrepreneur. In this session, we are going to cover what most dental professions in India haven't had in one room together: the oral microbiome, AI in clinical diagnosis, and what AI practices means and the measures that are adopted by Dental Council of India, as well as how to access free internationally recognized CME credits and global funding opportunity starting as of now. In this session, I welcome you all to give a brief about what we are going to cover, what is the most important aspects of dental profession in India that haven't had been covered in one room: the oral microbiome, the clinical diagnostics using artificial intelligence, as well as the importance of CME credits internationally, while a lot of us are not aware of the global opportunities that are available for oral healthcare practitioners. So today's session, we are going to make sure that it gives you an enlightenment by the end of it for what is the future of healthcare in oral medicine and oral practices. So currently we are focusing on five major themes. One is oral microbiome and artificial intelligence research in oral healthcare. The other is Dental Council of India regulatory landscapes. The third is artificial intelligence in clinical diagnosis. The fourth is free clinical and CME credits. The fifth are global opportunities, funding, and grants. Well, after the session, you're also free to ask questions regarding the same. Well, the mouth is not just the entry point to the body, it's a diagnostic window. The oral cavity hosts over 700 microbial species, the second most complex microbiome in the human body after the gut. Now, artificial intelligence is now letting us quantify the connection between oral health and systemic diseases in ways we could never have imagined before. Machine learning models can analyze the composition of a patient's oral microbiome from a simple saliva sample and correlate those to signatures like cardiovascular risk, type 2 diabetes, and preterm birth outcomes. This is not speculative findings. These are appearing in journals like Nature Medicine and Journal of Dental Research right now. Practically, this means that artificial intelligence pipelines can flag a high-risk patient for systemic diseases based on their oral microbiome profile, right at their chairside, faster than the traditional PCR method. Here is the India-specific opportunity. While our country has one of the most genetically and dietically diverse population on earth, that makes us an extraordinary, largely untapped biobank for the microbial research. If you are a student in Masters in Dental Surgery, a junior faculty member, or a practitioner with a diverse patient base, you are sitting on research potential of the global institution can fund. Publishing even on one solid microbiome study from an Indian cohort can open doors to international fellowships, and we will come back to which one exactly are we mentioning while we are stating the international fellowships. Artificial intelligence in Indian dentistry does not exist in vacuum. The Dental Council of India governs how we practice, and that framework is actively evolving. The DCI is in active discussion to incorporate AI literacy as a core competency in Masters in Dental Surgery curriculum as well as in graduation. If you are in a teaching institution, this is going to affect your syllabus soon. DCI mandated continuing educational hours now accept AI-focused CME credits. So this is a session is not just informative, it's professionally relevant. On compliances, pay close attention. If you are using or planning to use AI diagnostic software in your clinic, tools that analyze radiograph, generate risk scores, or assist in treatment planning, those tools require CDESCO clearance before clinical use. India's IT Act data localization rule also apply to patient data fed into any AI system, including cloud-based tools with overseas servers. And the most important point of this entire section, liability always remains with the treating dentist, not the algorithm, not the software vendor, you. AI is a supportive tool, and the clinical decision and the documentation must carry your signature. My advice, bookmark the DCI Gazette portal and set a notification for new circulars. These rules are moving fast, and the dentists who understand the regulatory landscape early on will have a serious professional advantages. These three numbers on the slide tell the story. While 94%, that is the sensitivity for AI-based caries detection on periapical radiographs reported in recent systemic reviews, at or above trained by radiologist performance in a controlled environment. 3 times faster, AI-assisted treatment planning reduces the time for diagnosis to be completed by a plan of factors that are comparatively faster, 3 times faster than the manual flow works. The American Dental Association approval has formally recognized the artificial intelligence tools for clinical use. These are not experimental in radiography and imaging or AI detecting periapical pathology, mapping bone defects, CBCT, and classifying caries death on bite wings. Tools like Pearl and DiagnoCat are already developed in practices across US, Europe. There are startups in India working, mine including Dentifrice Private Limited, that works in the similar domain. In orthodontic treatment and treatment planning, artificial intelligence is automatic cephalometric analysis. What used to take 40 minutes take an algorithm under less than 2. Aligner outcome prediction is improving with every training cycle. Implant placement guidance, a real problem for dental surgeons, is with the use of artificial intelligence is reducing surgical deviation in guided implantology. In diagnostic and triage, oral cancer risk scoring for clinical photographs, not biopsies, not CBCTs, just photos, is now possible with AI models trained on large datasets to diagnose the carcinogenic lesions. In a country where oral cancer is heavily linked to late stage detection, this has a genuine public health significance. In conclusion, is simple. Artificial intelligence in diagnostics is not a trend, it's a current clinical reality. Dentals, surgeons, and dentists who learn to interpret the artificial intelligence output, understand their limitations, and integrate them into a workflow are where the dentist and the hospitals and the insurance companies and group of practices are seeking advancement. Now, there are 6 platforms, all internationally recognized. Most of them are free. The American Dental Association CE online at ade.ade.arg. 10 to 20 hours of free dental credits per year from the American Dental Association itself. Topic includes radiology, diagnostics, and artificial intelligence in clinic dentistry. FDI e-learning at fdiworlddental.org, the World Dental Federation platform, unlimited free modules on oral health policy, digital dentistry, and global health. These credentials look excellent on international CV. There are Coursera audit mode, underused by Indian dental professionals. Actually, you can access all the contents from Johns Hopkins, University of Michigan, and Duke University. Health informatics, bioethics, dental public health, audit them for free or pay a small fees for the certificate if you want certification. ITERO learning by Align Technology, CE credits focused on digital impression, aligner workflows, and intraoral scanning. Dentsply Sirona Academy has free access for CE credits content on restorative, implant, and regenerative dentistry that I'm sure is used by almost every practitioner. And then there is Nexus Funding Hub, a curated portal combining CME tracking with grants and fellowship database. Well, we will come back to this practical, instructions before the session ends. Just open the ada.ada.arg and fdiworlddental.org into 2 browsers tabs and create your free accounts. It would take less than 10 minutes, and you have given yourself the access to hundreds of internationally recognized CMI credits at a zero cost. On research fellowships, ICMR senior research fellowships pay between 30 and 45,000 rupees per month and are open to dental sciences projects with systemic health angles. The Fulbright Nehru Fellowship is highly competitive but transformative. The American Dental Association Foundation offers grants for early career researcher. There is a Cochrane Oral Health actively recruits Indian authors, and the review is credited globally and recognized with their credentials. On the entrepreneurship point of view, a DPIIT recognized startup has 3 years of tax holiday. Byrex Big Grant offers up to 50 lakh rupees for medtech startups and dental AI tools within the scope. A Mighty Startup Hub has actively held in AI cohorts. Nexus Funding Hub aggregates all these with a curated application tracker. And on innovation frontiers, these areas where publishing or building now establishes you as a thought leader. Artificial intelligence in orthodontics, real-time implant guidance, regenerative dentistry, nanomaterials, and pediatric dental, to name a few. And there are rural healthcare programs and ethics and AI dentistry. You can pick one. You can, if you're a dental practitioner, a public health, uh, dentist, or a dental surgeon, or simply, you're looking in the field of research. These tools help you immensely. These fellowships helps you immensely. I myself was a fellowship from IIT Kanpur before becoming an entrepreneur, and they do help you. A lot of things are going on as a fellowship and entrepreneurship, which the government of India as well as international bodies are looking out to. Artificial intelligence, as in the word of Mark Cuban, is the way to go in any field you are as a participant. And on innovation frontiers, the areas where publishing or building now establishes you as a thought leader. Artificial intelligence in orthodontics, real-time implant guidance, regenerative dentistry, nanomaterials, patriotic dental AI triage for rural school programs, and ethics of artificial intelligence in dentistry. There are so many diasporas of opportunities in itself in oral healthcare. You can either be a researcher, you can either be a practitioner, or you are somebody who's looking for career transformation while doing practice. The artificial intelligence itself as a tool opens the opportunities for you in each and every domain that you want to be a practitioner or you have a research or experience in. AI is not simply just an assistive tech, it's also an equivalent opportunity, a kind of a tool which you can use to diversify your industrial growth while you are in clinical practice, a researcher, or simply in a college program doing your graduation or post graduation. Just to brief it up, I'm going to give you 5 points. And the first point is the oral microbiome research is frontier and India's patient diversity is a strategic asset. Point two, Dental Council of India and CDESCO compliances for AI tools is not optional. Learn the landscape now. So don't be a fool by virtue of just going with any AI tool. Learn the guidelines. Third is AI diagnostics by American Dental Association are validated and are pretty sure going to come to a part of India. Fourth, CME credits and FDI platforms are open to all of you, so please use it. And fifth is ICMR grants and global fellowships, and there are startup funds and Nexus Hub that are available to you. In this session, if you need any inquiry on these 5 things, this will be really transformative for anybody who wants to learn, who wants to evolve, or somebody who wants to just get institutionalized and acquainted to the artificial intelligence and the evolving world. The session is very important because in-depth of any of these 5 tools can be transformative in your career, in your academics, in your research, and also in your wisdom, which you acquire through artificial intelligence, through in oral healthcare and practices. Now, moving on, we are on the final sessions of our closure. So I tried to brief up artificial intelligence in oral healthcare, a little brief about myself. I was a dental surgeon. I decided to pursue entrepreneurship after leaving my job. I was working in telegovernment before this, and then I got a fellowship in IIT Kanpur for my idea in oral healthcare. They helped me revise this idea by virtue of seminars, conferences such as these by the elite of the industry, only exclusive to kids who were a part of that research fellow grant. From there, my idea evolved into an artificial intelligence tool. I had no experience of engineering, but because of getting exposure to artificial intelligence at an early age, I was able to transform my simple idea into AI-based idea. Today, we give transformative diagnostic by virtue of image analysis and radiography, as well as treatment planning and oral carcinomas detection through our tool, through dentifrice.in. I am funded by the Government of India. I have collaborations with multiple government universities and institutions. We are currently looking to raise funds and in the process of series funding. And we are actually going in the pathway of artificial intelligence that actually helped us to transform. And it wouldn't be possible for a guy like me with no engineering background to just come up with an idea and entrepreneurship. But the constant counseling and the constant awareness of what the world is going to be in the next 20 years, that helped me take a step earlier on and bank upon it. And not simply me, but government institutions banked upon it. So there are so many opportunities, mine being one of the examples. And I look forward to questions anyone can have, and I'm happy to answer that.
Thank you, Dr. Aditya. If we have questions for Dr. Aditya, please post it in the comment box on YouTube Live as well as over here in the chat box. We can give it a minute. Okay, so no questions. We can proceed to our next speaker, who is Vikram Singh Rana, co-founder at Dentifrice. He will be discussing about how AI is transforming the dental industry. Welcome, Vikram ji.
My name is Vikram Singh Rana. I'm co-founder and CTO of Dentifrice Private Limited. We provide dental solution based on and radiographic analysis. I've been working on technologies and developing different type of tech and hardware product for last 10 years, which includes additive manufacturing, medical devices, dental implant designs, and the AI solution into dental space. In today's session, we will discuss about how the AI can disrupt the market into dental space. So let's get started. I would like to start with the number. It's 90.7%. Yes, you heard it right. This is the accuracy of AI analysis model in dental space. The research published in Journal of Dentistry in 2021. It was a landmark study. In the same study, the clinician tops at 82.8%. At that point, the fundamental expectations of our mind will change. And it's closely redefining the entire process and thinking pattern of diagnostic into dental space as we see it now. Let's see how it's primarily affecting the industries. It's not a normal shift. It's not just a single new tool which just enhance your ability to analyze or collect data or finding out new issues like intraoral cameras. Remember, we are at the similar stage like X-ray technology in 1895, and then digital workflow, digital dentistry started in early 90s. At the same place right now, we are dealing with AI. AI can provide us the breakthrough into the existing workflow of dentistry. And how can we leverage this technology to go further? And now the question remains, is it the technology for the future? No, it's not from the 2050s. It is right now, real life. And all we need to decide is where should we keep ourselves. Let's look at the number. So right now, from the study of WHO, the high-income countries, prominently US and Europe, the Western countries, we have one dentist for 1,500 patients. And right now, more than 3.5 billion people are suffering from dental issues. And when we look at the stages and numbers for developing nations, low-income countries and middle-income countries also, like Indonesia, Nigeria, Brazil, India, that gap becomes huge. Here, there's only one dentist for an average 150,000 people. And that gap is systematic. And it is not like we can mitigate that gap in a decade or two simply just by educating more people or providing better education to dental space. It's an inherent congestion problem. It is happening worldwide right now. Also, it doesn't matter how many universities we make, how many dentists we produce every year, the gap remains larger and larger. And the problem is not only about the numbers. It's deeply integrated into the process also. Right now, let's see like how, at which scale we are setting up right now. In the diagnostic space, if you take 15 dentists, provide them 15 patient details, similar, all 15 of the dentists may provide you a different perspective by analyzing same radiographs, same intraoral images, and same case studies. And that diagnostic base is getting wider each time. And the second prominent flaw, which is already in the industry, it is in the workflow management. So even right now, when the patient comes, they have to file up the form, they have to wait in the queue for their appointments, and then only you can get your oral hygiene analyzed. And the patient experience, that part is very critical. We are having very smooth experiences into every system. Into banking, you got your updates automatically, even your workplace, your maintenance, everywhere. And now the dental space also deserve that level of treatment. The patient gap between getting a diagnostic done and having the surgical procedure, the gap is still there. And so, as how I see as of now, there are three fundamental pillars into using the AI into dental space. The first one, how the AI sees, what it decides, and how it connects. Let's explore this one by one. So let's start how the AI sees primarily. So there's one particular thing in which AI does exceptionally well is analyzing visual anomalies. Right now, the top of the line models are trained on billions of parameters into dental space. It can analyze lesion, caries, periodontitis with millions of images analyzed. And those annotation can provide you a better insight. And remember, AI is not here to provide you diagnosis. It provides you information So you can make a better diagnosis in a shorter time. As if I would like to give an example in the similar case, we are bound with limitation, but humans have something incredible, which is the brain and figuring out how we can leverage technologies and other sources to solve our problem. Before 1895, we did not had widespread network of having X-rays. So without probing, we could not identify if the infection has started, or when we realize that infection has already reached to its very bad state. And after the X-ray technology came, we are able to identify infection at a very early stage also, just by analyzing through X-rays. In the modern areas, most AI models, including the dentifrice model, is heavily trained upon multiple sources of information, including intraoral images, CBCT, and OPG data. And it can analyze a lot of information which we usually miss. And AI can provide you those annotated information along with the detailed reports in your hand in a real time. And the thing is, how the process works. So when the patient enters into the clinic, they fill out the form, and an attendee can collect all of the information about their intraoral images, or in case of pain complaint, they can also collect their X-rays or their existing CBCT or OPG. So while the time the patient enters into the room, the doctor already have all of the insights and detailing of the patient. By using the same information, the doctor can decide better diagnostic. With those, doctor can also leverage the time in between. And the AI system works as your eye. That computer vision is so excellent. It works without getting tired. It works similar as your 8 a.m. appointment, and equally best in the appointment of 8 p.m. Accordingly, it also helps you to collect information about the previous records. If the patient has missed any appointment, medication. And those insights helps a lot for the clinician to deal with the patient in appropriate manner, how they're supposed to be. And the best part about the system is what you are seeing, the patient also sees the same. When you show the patient about the annotation of their condition, about their issues, and pathological condition, the patient also realize verity that it is very, very important to have the treatment early as compared to tomorrow. Let's move to the second point. Now, this is the point where AI actually decides what it can do. So by analyzing different parameters apart from intraoral images and X-ray, those are the core ones, it also analyze the medical history of the patient, past radiographs, and also the past surgeries they went through. By combining those information, it also provides you a better guidance to basically make your entire treatment journey much effective. It can automatically chart your appointments, dates, issues, surgeries, and provides you overall better insights, which you can plan better according to your ability. The manual information handling takes a lot of time out of your practice. When the patient enters, fill out all the details, you collect everything, make a sheet, everything. It takes a huge toll on the time where you are supposed to do what you are doing, which is treating the patient instead of handling the paperwork. And the AI part can do everything for you 24/7. It can also collect all the information, including It will be very helpful for the patients to understand also around their treatment guidelines and the treatment they're going to receive. And that same conversation helps a lot, especially in the case of language barriers also. See, communication is not just language conversion. If you use translation tab, it can translate from one language to another, but it is very restricted for generic purpose. Very important. So a specialized model to do that task, which provides you a better control and information sharing among the peers and the patients. Although it may not looks a lot, but see like roughly for like 220 days a year, it saves you a lot of it. Eventually, you will get more than 400 hours of your clinical time returned annually to you. You can use the same time to excel your existing patient base or for you, for your friends and your family. And now the last pillar that is most ignored, but it's very relevant, is that the connect part. What AI can actually connect. That AI models can handle all of your scheduling, your booking appointments, even when the patients give a no-show, it can automatically change and convert it to a different patient, providing the same slot to a different patient by different languages. And it can fill up your valuable time by doing this. Apart from this, it can handle all of the intake information for your patient. Even if you are practicing at multiple places and you are not available on one clinic in the morning and one in the evening, the system can collect all of the information on behalf of you, and it has to take better decision even remotely also. And in the same journey, right now we are having a lots of intraoral cameras working alongside with your chip, which provides you real-time analysis and guidance also about your occlusion angle, about your surgery, about how and what we are missing in the process, and guide you thoroughly. Including that, the integration of natural language format into the systems helps a lot to communicate better with the patient. It collects the information, convert it into the language, and it also better translation communication itself. And the last, it's very, very important to give patient the satisfaction of getting those treatment without having any underlying suspicion. And here we are. So the words are words without any proof. So let's get into it. So as of now, as I mentioned earlier also, the Nature of Medicine has published the in which the 11 independent studies on multiple patients. The model scores 91% accuracy under the diagnostic. On the clinician side, it was 82.8, the maximum, which gives us a perspective how good those models are right now, implementing into the daily practices of ours. In United States of America, the biggest dental analytics company, Dental Intelligence, collected information and gave us the insight up to 22% of the time can be saved by using the AI tools into your practices, into your workflow, and into your communication also. And on the last one, the parallel one, when you provide information to the patient about what's the condition, how bad the caries is, how bad is your periodontitis, around 15 to 30% on average, the conversion rate of your patient to get a full treatment at the end stage got increased. It's a win-win policy. It gives patient more better insights to take a decision whether they want to go for the surgery or not, which is really important to save core bone structure and your existing tooth also. And it leads us to our discussion point of how AI will transform our diagnostic stage into more predictive analysis about the patient studies. And the number I'm more fascinated about is not coming from a study. It's coming from a very personal experience. An individual practitioners in Ghaziabad who's saving almost 1/5 of the day by using the entire system running on AI models about communication, follow-up, everything with their existing staff and having very consistent and phenomenal. And how do I see it connecting in the future? Like predictive analysis. Probably we will move from paying the insurance, although we will remain to paying the insurance part. Predictive analysis provides better level before happening periodontitis, your lesions, and even oral carcinoma. If you can prevent the damage, it's way better than solving it at a later stage. The second most important point, what do I think is the democratization of the expertise. Those expertise will not remain constrained in the clusters of like central London or Beverly Hills. It will reach to practitioners practicing in some remote part of Tanzania or somewhere in the northeast of India. They will access the same level of quality in terms of diagnostics as well as in terms of the guidance. And the last one is the point of care devices, which has inbuilt AI into the system. It has already been started. There are many possibilities. It is in the right direction. Also, it provides you if you are mistakenly missing something. And in the future, it will be more intuitive and can enhance the overall workflow with more security. And under my closure statement, I would see that the AI does not replace the dentist. It never will be. But it makes you the dentist who's irreplaceable. That's all my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vikram. He is available to take questions. If any one of you have questions, please post it in the chat box. Please turn off your camera. I guess there is no question for you, Mr. Vikram. So we will be moving on to our next speaker. We now have Aditya Pawar, a final year BTech student in IT and data science. He will be presenting on temporal deep learning models for patient data and clinical predictions. Welcome, Aditya.
Welcome everyone Today I'll be presenting on temporal data learning for patient data, specifically focusing on how we can unlock the predictive power of clinical time series. Let's start with the reality of clinical time series data. Healthcare is inherently longitudinal. A patient's health is a trajectory, not a static snapshot. But this data is far from clean or uniform. If we look at high acuity ICU data, it is dense, episodic, and multimodal. We see high frequency vitals intermixed with separate lab results and clinical notes, all at irregular intervals. Conversely, continuous variable data provides long term, high volume tracking outside clinical settings, but it is frequently plagued by noise and motion artifacts. The core challenge is that, unlike financial data, human biology does not operate on a perfectly predictable uniform clock. To tackle this, we look at sequential modeling fundamentals, primary, RNNs, and LSTMS. Standard RNNs maintain a hidden state to remember past events, unlike traditional models that treat inputs independently. However, they suffer from the vanishing gradient problem, failing on long sequences because they struggle to connect a current state to distant past events, like a symptom from 3 weeks prior. LSTMS revolves resolve this core limitation by introducing gated memory cells that control information flow. Using forget, input, and output gates, they preserve long term info. In a clinical setting, LSTMS selectively retain crucial baseline metrics, discard transient noise, and capture long range dependencies in patient trajectories. Moving beyond LSTMS, we have transformers, which provide attention over time and break the sequential bottleneck. Transformers process entire sequences simultaneously without a step by step constraint, enabling massive parallelization through the self attention mechanism. The model learns to weigh every past clinical event relative to the current moment, regardless of the temporal distance. This architecture is vastly superior for analyzing years of electronic health records, capturing context that LSTMS would lose to gradient decay. Currently, there is a foundation model trend adapting LLM style architectures to learn the language of vital signs, lab values, and discrete clinical events. The missingness challenge. Despite these models, we still face the missingness challenge. Why is missingness not random? Because in healthcare, the absence of data is itself a clinical signal. A patient skipping a lab draw may indicate stability or avoidance, and standard imputation methods distort this reality. Measurements occur based on clinical need, not fixed schedules, violating standard time series assumptions. Traditional fixes like forward filling and mean imputation are often inadequate and clinically misleading. Instead, we use advanced techniques, time aware LSTMS, that decay hidden states over observation gaps, learned imputation for context driven gap estimation, and neural ODEs for calculating continuous patient states between observations. So, what is the real world impact? It allows us to build powerful early warning systems. We are shifting from reactive medicine to proactive intervention, identifying danger before psychological collapse becomes visible to the human eye. For sepsis and AKI detection, models flag subtle multivariate patterns hours before clinical criteria are met, enabling earlier, more effective treatment. For cardiac arrest prediction, We can find the golden window by spotting deterioration trajectories that are invisible in any single vital sign reading. Operationally, this optimizes ICU bed allocation and nursing resources based on predicted patient trajectory and acuity scoring. However, this predictive power brings us to the black box dilemma: interpretability and trust. A model predicting an 80% chance of cardiac arrest is clinically useless if the clinician doesn't know why. Deep temporal models, especially transformers, map complex, nonlinear relationships that resist simple human interpretation because high accuracy alone does not drive clinical adoption. We need explainable AI solutions. We use SHAP and LIME for feature importance scores that quantify each variable's contribution, alongside attention visualization to show exactly which past events triggered an alert. The goal is to move from a black box oracle to transparent, trustworthy, and actionable collaborative clinical decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Aditya. Next is Apurv Thurat, also a final year BTech student in IT and data science. He will be presenting on multimodal deep learning for healthcare. Welcome, Apurv.
Hello everyone, I am Apurva Thorat, an undergraduate BTech final year student specialized in data science and information technology. Today we are discussing a major leap forward in medical AI, multimodal deep learning. For years, AI in healthcare was highly specialized but fragmented. An algorithm might analyze a scan while a completely different system looked at patient records. Today, we are breaking down those silos. We are moving toward holistic patient profiling using advanced deep learning to process varied, complex data all at once. The ultimate goal: to achieve the kind of unprecedented accuracy in diagnosis and personalized care that single source data simply cannot provide. Need for integration heterogeneous me- medical data. So, why is this integration so necessary? Simply put, healthcare is inherently multimodal. When a physician makes a critical decision, they don't just look at a single lab value. They review the patient's history, examine imaging, and monitor real-time vitals. When we force AI to look all these modalities in isolation, we miss vital correlations. By combining structured data like lab tables with unstructured data like clinical notes and scans, we massively boost the predictive power of our models. This full spectrum approach is the only way to deliver truly personalized medicine, tailoring treatments to the individual rather than the average. Modalities: imaging, EHR, text, biosignals. Let's look at the core types of data these models ingest. First, we have medical imaging, our spatial data. This includes MRIs, CT scans, and sonography. Interestingly, we are even seeing advanced pipelines that extract embedded text directly from X-rays and sonography scans to turn visual data into structured semantic features. Second is EHR text or electronic health records. These are clinical notes and summaries that provide the human context and patient history that numbers often miss. Finally, biosignals. This is our time series data like continuous ECG or EEG monitoring, which captures the dynamic real-time psychological state of the patient. Fusion techniques, early rate, late, cross attention. The big engineering question is how do we fuse these completely different data formats? We generally use three approaches. Early fusion combines raw data right at the input stage. Late fusion trains separate models for each modality, like one for text and one for images, and then averages their final product predictions. Attention or joint fusion. This happens in the middle layers of the network where the model dynamically learns how modalities interact. Transformer based multimodal models. The engine driving like cross attention is the transformer architecture. Transformers have largely overtaken older models because of their self-attention mechanisms. They can instantly weigh the importance of different data points across massive sequences of information. By using multimodal masked modeling, where we hide parts of an image or text and force the AI to predict the missing pieces, we can pre-train models to develop a deep domain-specific understanding of human biology. Furthermore, transformers scale incredibly well, making them uniquely capable of handling the massive varied datasets generated by modern hospitals. Applications, diagnosis, prognosis systems. In practice, this technology directly transforms clinical workflows. For diagnosis, an AI can cross-reference a chest X-ray with a patient's coughing history to confidently distinguish between pneumonia and heart failure, conditions that can look surprisingly similar on a scan alone. For predictive prognosis, we can fuse real-time ICU biosignals with historical lab results to predict severe events like sepsis hours before a patient shows clinical symptoms. Challenges: alignment, missing modalities. Despite the promise, we face real technical roadblocks. Data alignment is incredibly difficult. Synchronizing a continuous 100 Hz heart monitor with a clinical note written once every 12 hours requires complex math. Then there is the issue of missing modalities. In reality, patients rarely undergo every single possible test. Our models must be robust enough to perform accurately even when an entire data stream is absent. Finally, we have to ensure strict data privacy and we must solve the black box problem. For clinicians to truly trust multimodal AI, the system must be able to transparently explain why it made a specific recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Apurv. We now have Sahil Jadhav, a final year engineering student. His presentation explores graph neural networks and their applications in healthcare systems. Welcome, Sahil.
Welcome everyone. Today I will be presenting on graph neural networks in healthcare. This topic focuses on how we can use graph-based machine learning to better understand relationships in medical data and improve predictions. In traditional machine learning, healthcare data is stored in tables, but in reality, medical data is not isolated. A patient is connected to diseases, drugs, doctors, and many other factors. So instead of treating data as rows, we represent it as a graph where everything is connected. This helps us capture hidden relationships and gives better insights. In a graph, we have nodes and edges. Nodes represent entities like patients, diseases, drugs. Edges represent relationships like a patient has a disease, a drug treats a condition. This structure allows us to model real-world healthcare systems more accurately. So, graph neural networks work using a process called message passing. Each node collects information from its neighboring node, then information is passed, combined, converted into embedding, and used for prediction. So instead of looking at one data point, the model learns from its entire network. So GNNs have many applications in healthcare. First, disease prediction, predicting diseases based on patient history. Second, drug discovery, finding new drugs or repurposing existing ones. Third, system analytics, improving hospital workflows and patient care. These applications help make healthcare smarter and more efficient. To apply GNN, we often use knowledge graphs. These combine data from different sources like clinical records, research data. They connect everything into a structured graph. Then GNNs can learn from this connected data to make better predictions. So despite the challenges, there are some. Despite the advantages, there are some challenges. Scalability, uh, where large graphs need high computation. Data quality, where medical data can be incomplete or noisy. Privacy, uh, where sensitive patient data must be protected. And bias, models may reflect biased data. So these challenges need to be addressed for real world use. To conclude, graph neural networks help us move from isolated data to connected intelligence. They improve how we understand relationships in healthcare and support better decision making. So, in the future, GNNs can play a major role in personalized machine and advanced healthcare systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahil. Next, we have Sudhanshu Kadam, a computer engineering graduate. He will be speaking on transformer models for EEG based mental state detection. Welcome, Sudhanshu.
Hello everyone. Today I will be presenting on using transformer models for EEG signal classification, mental state detection. This work lies at the intersection of artificial intelligence, neuroscience, and medical engineering. To begin with, electroencephalography or EEG is a technique used to record electrical activity of the brain using electrodes placed on the skull. It provides high temporal resolution data, meaning we can observe brain activity in real time. However, EEG signals are extremely complex. They are noisy, non-linear, and vary significantly across individuals. The core problem is this: how do we actually detect mental states such as stress, relaxation, or cognitive load from EEG signals? Traditional approaches rely on manual feature extraction and classical machine learning, but these methods struggle because EEG signals have low signal to noise ratio and complex temporal dependencies. Even deep learning models like CNNs and LSTMs fail to capture long range relationships effectively. This brings us to transformers. Transformers introduce a mechanism called self-attention, which allows the model to focus on the most relevant parts of the input sequence. Unlike recurrent models, transformers process the entire sequence in parallel. This enables them to capture long-range dependencies. This is critical for EEG signals, where important patterns may be spread across time. Simple terms, transformers can understand the global structure of the brain activity better than the traditional models. Now let's look at the system architecture. Pipeline consists of four main stages. First, data acquisition. We collect multi-channel EEG signals using electrode-based devices. Common datasets used include deep and seed. Second, pre-processing, where we remove noise and artifacts such as eye blinks and muscle activity using filtering techniques. The signals are then normalized for consistency. Third, feature representation. The EEG signals are converted into structural formats such as time series windows or spectrograms using time frequency transformations. Finally, the transformer model. The input is passed through an embedding layer, followed by positional encoding to preserve temporal order. Then, multiple transformer encoder layers apply multi-head self-attention to learn relationships across the time steps. The output is passed through a classification layer to predict mental states such as stress or relaxation. This approach has several impactful applications. It can be used for real-time stress detection systems, cognitive workload monitoring in high-risk professionals like aviation or surgery, and neurofeedback-based therapy. It also has potential early detection of neurological disorders. Compared to traditional models, transformers offer several advantages. They capture long-range dependencies more effectively, require less manual feature engineering, and support parallel computation which improves efficiency. As a result, they often achieve higher accuracy on complex EEG datasets. However, there are still challenges. Transformers require large amounts of labeled data, significant computational resources. They also suffer from interpretability issues, and EEG signals vary across individuals, making generalization difficult. To conclude, transformer-based models represent a powerful advancement in EEG signal processing. They enable more accurate and scalable mental state detection systems, bridging the gap between AI and neuroscience. This opens new opportunities for intelligent, real-time mental health monitoring and medical diagnostics. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sudhanshu. We now move to Sarthak Shinde, a final year student in IT and data science. He will be presenting on self supervised learning approaches for medical imaging.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarthak, and today I'll be talking about self supervised learning for medical imaging. Specifically, how we can train powerful AI models even when we have almost no label data. This is a topic that sits right at the intersection of AI and medicine, two of the major themes of this conference. So I am excited to share it with all of you. Let's start with the core challenge. Approximately 95% of all medical images are unlabeled. That sounds surprising, but think about it. To label a chest X-ray or an MRI scan, you need a trained radiologist or pathologist. That's expensive, slow, and simply doesn't scale. Deep learning models need a thousands of labeled examples to learn. So we are stuck in a paradox. Hospitals generate millions of scans every year, but we can only use a tiny fraction to train AI models. This is what called the label data bottleneck. So what's the solution? Self-supervised learning or SSL is an example where we can teach a model to learn from the data itself without any human labels. The core idea is let the data generate its own supervision signal. Compare this to a supervised learning which needs thousands of expert labels or unsupervised learning which tends to produce weaker features. SSL hits a sweet spot. It leverages massive unlabeled data and produces rich, transferable representations that can be fine-tuned with just a handful of labeled data. The dominant approach within SSL is contrastive learning. Here's how it works at a high level. You take a single image and create two augmented versions. Maybe one is flipped, one is cropped. These are called a positive pair. You then pass both through an encoder network like ResNet, followed by a small projection head. The model is trained to bring positive pairs close together in embedding space and push all unrelated images apart. This is the anti-Saint loss. SimCLR from Google does this elegantly end-to-end, but it needs very large batch sizes. Moco from Facebook AI solves this with a momentum encoder and a memory queue, making it much more practical on standard hardware. Both methods learn visual features without a single human label. Why does this matter? Let me show you a direct comparison. Supervised learning needs thousands of expert labels, produces task-specific models, and is very expensive to scale in medicine. Self-supervised learning uses unlabeled data, learns generalizable representation, costs as far as less, and only requires a few labeled at fine-tuning time. This is a fundamental shift. Instead of training one model per task, we pretend one universal encoder and adapt it to many tasks cheaply. Now let's look at real-world impact. The workflow looks like this. Start with a large unlabeled dataset, say 200,000 chest X-rays from Check Expert or Mimic CXR. Pre-train an encoder using Slim CLR or MoCo. You now have an encoder that understands radiological patterns. Without seeing a single label, then fine-tune it on just a few hundred labeled scans. Studies have shown that SSL pre-trained models can detect pneumonia and COVID-19 with only 500 labeled examples, matching the performance of fully supervised models trained on 10 times more data. Similar breakthroughs are happening in brain MRI for tumor segmentation and in retinal image for diabetic retinopathy detection. Of course, SSL isn't a silver bullet. There are real challenges. Domain shift is a major one. A model pre-trained on chest X-rays may not transfer well to dermatology or histopathology. Evaluation is hard too. There's no universal benchmark for medical SSL, so comparing methods is tricky. There are also practical concerns. Slim CLR needs a lot of GPU memory. Medical augmentations must be choose carefully. You can't apply random color jitter to a CT scan because the Hausenfeld values carry diagnostic meanings. And like all AI systems, SSL models can inherit bias from the pre-training data. Finally, clinicians need more models they can understand, and interpretability in SSL remains an open research problem. Let me close with the key messages. 1. 95% of medical images are unlabeled. SSL unlocks that resource. 2. Contrastive methods like SimSailor and Moco learn rich features without any labels. 3. SSL plus fine-tuning outperforms supervised learning with 10 times fewer labels. 4. The impact on radiology is already being felt from X-ray pre-training to MRI segmentation. And 5. Domain shift, evaluation, and interpretability remain open challenges worth solving. Thank you. I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarthak. Let's wait for 30 seconds. If we have any question for Sarthak, that can be posted in the comment box. Let's move to our next speaker, Ansh Agarwal, also a final year student in IT and data science. His presentation focuses on vision transformers in medical image analysis. Welcome, Ansh.
Everyone, my name is Ansh Agarwal and I am a final year engineering student specializing in information technology and data science. Today, I am excited to present my research on vision transformers in medical image analysis. In this presentation, we will explore the transition from traditional convolutional neural networks to modern hybrid tumor detection systems. Vision transformers or VITs are currently transforming medical images by learning global relationships across a full scan. This capability is proving highly valuable for critical tasks like tumor detection and segmentation, where understanding the entire anatomical context is the key to an accurate diagnosis. To understand why we need transformers, we must first look at the limitations of CNNs. While CNNs are excellent at extracting local features like textures and lessons pattern, they have a fundamental weakness. They are local re- receptive fields. This makes it difficult to capture long range dependencies between distant anatomical regions. In MRI scan and CT scans, diseases pattern often depends on this global context, which CNN struggles to model without becoming extensively deep. Because they are primarily process nearby pixels, they often miss distant tissue interaction that are clinically meaningful. Ultimately, CNNs lack the architectural capability for holistic whole organ reasoning required for accurate disease staging. So, how does Vision Transformers solve this? The core workflow involves dividing an image into small fixed size patches. These patches are converted into vector embeddings with positional encoding added to maintain spatial order. The true innovation here is self-attendance mechanism. Instead of looking at neighbors, every patch attends to each other patch simultaneously. This allows model to learn global contextual relationship across the image in one single pass. It helps the model understand exactly how abnormal regions relate to healthy tissues across a full scan, a capability CNN simply could not replicate without significant overhead. When we compare these two, we see distinct trade offs. CNNs are computationally effective, easy to train, and perform better on small datasets. They are practical choice for limited data. Vision transformers, on the other hand, have a higher memory requirement and a higher computational cost. However, they offer a superior global reasoning and often achieve much higher accuracy on complex, large scale medical scans where anatomical context is paramount. The most effective approach today is hybrid model, which delivers the best of both worlds. In this design, CNN handles local feature extraction, capturing fine-grained edges and textures of lessons. Then transformation layer, transformer layer process those feature map to provide global reasoning and learn long range dependencies. The fused output integrates local precision with global context. This makes the system far more robust and clinically reliable for high stake task of tumor detection. We, we are already seeing the strong results in the real world healthcare. In brain tumor detection, VITs localize anomalies across full MRI's volume. In lung nodule detection, they identify subtitle nodules by analyzing bilateral lung symmetry. They are even used in breast lessons analysis to compare asymmetric patterns. Perhaps most importantly, VITs improve boundary precision in tumor segmentation. Millimeter level accuracy here is critical for surgeries, radiotherapies, planning, radiotherapy planning, and it directly impacts the patient outcomes. Despite the potential, there is a core challenge. VIPs are data hungry. Medical datasets are often small due to the need of expert annotations and strict privacy control. To bridge this gap, research community uses four key strategies. First, transformer learning. Pre-train, Pre-training on large dataset like ImageNet and fine-tuning on medical scans. Second, data augmentation. Using synthetic transformations like rotations and flips to expand diversity. Third, self-supervised learning. Learning from unlabeled scan to reduce dependency on expert. Fourth, hybrid designs. As mentioned, combining architecture reduces the volume of data needing while preserving the global reasoning. In conclusion, vision transformers overcome the inherent limitations of CNN by attending to an entire image simultaneously. The hybrid CNN transformer architecture is currently our most promising direction, combining the local precision with global context. This leads to improved detection accuracy and boundary precision, which are essential for tumor staging and treatment planning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ansh. We now have Rishikesh Itape presenting on federated learning and privacy preserving AI in healthcare. Welcome, Rishikesh.
Hello everyone, I am Rishikesh Ithape, a final BTech IT student specializing in data science. Today, I am excited to present a solution to one of the biggest bottlenecks in modern medical technology, federated learning for healthcare AI. We live in an era where artificial intelligence can predict diseases and personalize treatments, but this power relies entirely on data. The central question I want to address today is how can we build these life saving models without ever compromising the fundamental right to patient privacy? The core issue we face is the existence of siloed datasets. Healthcare AI faces an fundamental challenge: how to build accurate, robust models while maintaining the strict privacy protections. Currently, medical data is trapped within the firewalls of individual hospitals. Due to legal regulations like HIPAA and GDPR, institutions cannot simply pull their raw patient data into a single cloud server. This results in data silos, where AI models are trained on small, localized groups. This lack of data diversity can lead to biased models that don't perform well for different demographics. We need the collective intelligence of all hospitals, but we cannot legally or ethically move the records. This brings us to the federated learning architecture, which represents a complete paradigm shift. In traditional machine learning, we bring the data to the model. Here, we bring the model to the data. In this system, we have two primary roles. First, the central server acts as the orchestrator. It mainly it maintains the global AI model, but crucially, it contains zero patient data. Second, we have the client nodes, which are the participating hospitals. These nodes act as the trainers. They keep their secure patient data behind their own firewalls and perform the heavy computational work locally on their own machines. The most important takeaway here is zero data transfer. Raw patient records never leave the local hospitals, ensuring total privacy from start to finish. How does the model actually learn? If it can't see the records, it follows a 5-step clinic process. First, download. The central server broadcasts the current global model to all participating hospitals. Second, local training. Each hospital trains the model locally using its own private local data. Third, upload. Instead of data, hospitals send back only the learned weights. These are mathematical gradients that describe the model learning. Fourth, aggregations. The server uses an algorithm called federated averaging to combine these different updates into a single, smarter global model. Fifth, repeat. The cycle repeats multiple times until the model reaches a high level of accuracy. It is a process of collective intelligence where institutions share knowledge but never the sensitive data itself. While this solves the privacy issue, it introduces technical hurdles. Modern healthcare AI, especially models used for 3D MRI analysis, can contain billions of parameters, resulting in massive file sizes. Consistently transmitting these heavy models, weights, back and forth requires immense network bandwidth, which can strain a hospital's IT infrastructure. Furthermore, we face asymmetric speeds. Not all the hospitals have the same internet or computing power. This leads to the straggler effect, where one slow node can delay the entire global training round for everyone else involved, slowing down the overall progress of the model. The primary application of this technology is multi-hospital model training. By connecting various medical institutions into a federated network, we can train model on incredibly diverse patient populations across different countries, ethnicities, and medical histories. This allows us to build universal medical AI that is more robust and accurate than any other model trained in a single hospital could ever be, all while respecting to sovereignty of each hospital's data. To make this even more secure, we use two key extensions. First is secure aggregation. Since advanced cyber attacks could theoretically try to reverse engineer model weights, we use cryptograph protocols so the server can average the weights without ever being able to read the individual hospital's updates. Second is personalized federated learning. A one size fits all global model might not be perfectly fit a specific local demographic. To solve this, hospitals take the robust global models and add a final fine-tuned personalized layer adapted specially to their local patient population's needs. To conclude, why does this matters? Because it delivers three critical results that were previously impossible. Zero patient data exposure. Raw medical records never leave local firewalls. 100% regulatory compliance. It fully meets HIPAA, GDPR, and all major privacy regulations. 10x data diversity. It gives us access to orders of magnitude more diverse patient populations. By enabling collaborative without data centralization, federated learning unlocks the true potential of AI to improve healthcare outcomes globally while maintaining the highest standards of patient privacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishikesh. Our next speaker is Arsh Goel. He is a computer engineer with a master's degree, and he is currently working as an engineering lead at INCure. He will be presenting on uncertainty estimation in clinical AI. Welcome, Arsh.
Good evening and good morning to everyone. I am Ashwar. So today I will be presenting my topic on uncertainty estimation in clinical AI. So let's start with very basic question like if an AI system tells you that this patient is healthy with very high confidence, would you trust it completely? So uh, it can, if it says I am not fully sure, you may want to double check. So in healthcare, the second response can actually be more valuable or more reliable. So today it will be like why it is critical for AI not just to be accurate, but also to know when it might be wrong. So why uncertainty matters? Like in healthcare, why uncertainty matters a lot. So in like most AI applications, in most AI models, like we focus on improving the accuracy. So like I come from AI background, like AI computer science engineer. So we are often told to improve this model, improve the accuracy of this model by various algorithms, by improving the data set, by various things. But in healthcare, accuracy alone is not enough because a confident but wrong prediction can directly affect patient outcome, like patient safety. So we can say that uncertainty adds a safety layer. It gives us a more safety layer. It tells us when to trust AI and when to step in. So it also plays a big role in adoption. Like it will make physicians adapt AI more reliable. Like doctors are more comfortable using AI systems that can express doubt, that can create some doubts, and it can help doctors to understand more of a thing from their perspective. And regulatory bodies also want AI systems to communicate how reliable their predictions are. So uncertainty is not just a technical concept. It is actually central, if I say that, central to safe clinical decision making in healthcare sector. Types of uncertainty. So there are two types of uncertainties. One is episodic type uncertainty. It comes from due to lack of knowledge or due to limited knowledge. So uh, if a model encounters a rare disease or something it has never seen during training, it becomes uncertain. And the good part is that this type of uncertainty can be reduced. So we can target it for model improvement, like by adding more data or by improving the model. Then the second type of uncertainty is like this comes from data itself. So medical data, if I say that, is often more noisy and lack low quality scans, variable patient outcomes. Even a perfect model can't reduce this type of uncertainty. So we can say that we have to handle both uncertainties differently in clinical system. So now methods, how do we accurately measure uncertainty? Like there are two type of uh, uh, common approaches which we use. Say that like there is Bayesian neural networks and then MC dropout. Uh, in Bayesian neural networks, instead of giving us single prediction or single outcome, we get a distributed distribution of possible outcomes. You can say it like consulting multiple experts instead of consulting only one. So this is more powerful, more reliable, but it limits its use in real-time systems. So we can use it in for small clinical data sets. The second one, MC dropout, is more practical approach. We run the same model multiple times with slight randomness. If the output varies a lot means say that if we run the model for 5 to 10 times and we are getting different outputs for different every time. So we can say that this model is uncertain. But if the output does not vary very much, then we can say that model is confident. So it's simple, effective, and can be applied to existing models easily. So in practice, MC dropout is more preferred. Uh, now the next is uh, even if a model gives confidence scores, those scores are often not reliable. For example, if a model may say 90% confidence but actually be correct more or less often. So we can say that a well collaborated model means if it says 80% confidence, it should be correct about 80% of the time. So there are techniques like temperature scaling, PET scaling, isotonic regression. So confidence should match reality. Uh, because in healthcare or clinical AI or clinical settings, doctors rely on these confidence values. Now, clinical applications. So, like how these will actually impact real world healthcare, like real world healthcare applications. So first is risk prediction. Uh, if the model is uncertain, it can flag the cases for immediate review instead of making an automatic decision. Then there is diagnosis support. If in medical imaging, AI can assist radiologists, but certain cases are sent for human evaluation. So it can say that a human intervention is needed. Then there are treatment decisions support in critical care settings, in ICU, in CCU. Uncertainty helps ensure that important decisions are not made blindly by AI. Then there are rare cases like rare disease detection. High uncertainty can indicate or says something unusual or unseen is happening. So we can have an expert opinion on that or expert advice or attention. So overall uncertainty acts as a trigger for human intervention, making AI more safer and reliable. So there are various limitations and upper challenges like competition overload, overconfidence in deep networks, out of distribution detection, regulatory gaps, and various others. So like uh, deep learning models are often overconfident even when they are wrong. So they also struggle with completely new or unseen data. And more importantly, we can say there is no standard uh, way to communicate uncertainty to healthcare workers or doctors or anything, because saying 70% confidence or 80% confidence could mean different things to different set of people. So the biggest challenge is not just estimating uncertainty, but making it more reliable and making it more readable. So the conclusion of this talk is, if I to conclude that uh, in uncertainty uh, is not optional in clinical AI, but is essential for its safety. So it helps us to differentiate between what models knows and what it does not know. So the overall thing, if I say that the goal is to build AI systems that are not just accurate but are also aware of their limitations. So it allows us to design systems, design AI models, design overall AI frameworks, AI platforms where humans and AI work together. They are not just replacing them each other. Like we hear about the AI will replace humans, but in a longer term, if we say that AI will help humans a lot. In healthcare sector particularly, you can say that in healthcare, knowing when you might be wrong can be just as important as being right. So the overall goal is to have systems that are not just accurate but also are aware of their own limitations. So thank you everyone to listening this talk.
Thank you, Arsh. So I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Brooks Robinson. He is a research program director and assistant research professor at University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. His work centers around resilience in academic and research environments. He will be presenting on resilience in academics. Welcome, Dr. Brooks.
Hi, my name is Brooks Robinson. I'm a research program director and assistant research professor with the Lyda Hill Institute for Human Resilience. Today I'm going to talk to you about resilience in academic career paths. When people talk about resilience in academia, they often mean just push harder. But research consistently shows that resilience is not about endurance alone, it's about adaptation. In the literature, career resilience is defined as the ability to adapt, reorient, and persist in the face of structural uncertainty, not simply to tolerate stress. This distinction matters because academic careers today are nonlinear, precarious, and probabilistic, especially during transitions. Those transitions can include undergraduate to grad school, your PhD to your postdoctoral fellowship, or the postdoc to a faculty or research professional position. I want to talk today about what resilience actually looks like in practice, and I'll use some of my own career path as an example, not because it's unique, but because it's typical in ways that we rarely show or talk about. I'll touch on different ways that adaptation can serve you, the uncertainties in academic career paths, and some different strategies and ways to get to a sustainable and successful role. First, let's talk about the myth of the linear academic career. We are often taught an implicit model of success equals a bachelor's degree leading directly to a PhD, leading directly to a postdoctoral fellowship, and then a tenure-track faculty position, which allows individuals to get grants and provides stability and success. For medical professionals, this can be an undergraduate degree and a pre-med position, leading to medical school, then a residency, and a well-paid doctor position. But empirical studies show that this model now fits only a minority of academics. Nonlinear academic careers are very common these days and often involve funding gaps, role changes, life priority changes, administrative work, and often extended postdoctoral periods, and in general, transition bottlenecks due to market saturation and other forces outside of our own power. These are increasingly common and structurally driven, not necessarily individually chosen. It's important here to do a reframe. A nonlinear CV is not evidence of weakness, it's actually evidence of adaptation. So now I'll touch on a little bit of my case study. My career trajectory will provide some examples of some increasingly common issues and things to be aware of during transition periods. I got my undergraduate degree from a liberal arts college with only 2,000 students enrolled. I didn't really know what I wanted to do for a career, but I was immediately influenced by those who did, or thought that they did. And so I kind of oriented myself towards one of those linear career paths I just mentioned. I finished up my education and got a degree in neuroscience and applied to graduate school. I was going with the tenure-track professor path. Little did I know at that time, but likely the most valuable thing I gained from college, this undergraduate college, was not knowledge in neuroscience or other fields, but it was actually the ability to think and learn in a diverse range of topics. It was reading well, it was writing well. These are things that liberal arts schools focus on, and I have found very valuable in my life as a whole. I will mention for people on job markets now that I graduated in 2008, just at the onset of the global financial crisis precipitated by the housing market crash in the US and resulting bank insolvencies. So that was not a good time to go on the job market either, and grad school made sense in that respect as well. I enrolled in a PhD program for graduate school at the University of Texas at Austin. At this point, I didn't really know which aspect of neuroscience I wanted to pursue as a career, so I tried some different labs and ended up joining a lab that used Drosophila fruit flies as a genetic and behavioral model for the study of alcohol tolerance and dependence. I was fairly successful in graduate school. I had several publications, and I got my PhD in the minimum time possible of 5 years. And at this point throughout the graduate school, I was firmly in the mindset of becoming a tenure-track professor. I did see the writing on the wall a bit, that funding from Drosophila and in general invertebrate model systems was going to be a challenge in the long run. With that in mind, I applied for postdoctoral positions in high-profile labs using more advanced model systems. Retrospectively, I hadn't experienced too much adversity at this point. Grad school is a slog, a marathon, and can be stressful, but that is very common. I thought it was all part of the process and was worth it. There were a lot of positives and negatives in my time as grad school. I probably worked 60 hours a week throughout the 5 years, and it was reinforced that when struggles occur, the way forward is with more effort. And I'll say working hard is a good trait to have, but don't do it blindly. It needs to be smart and targeted effort, and that point hadn't solidified with me yet. However, I was given and did have quite a bit of autonomy during graduate school, and I was enjoying my research. And both of these factors are important in grad school success as well as in mental health. Being self-led and believing in your abilities can be especially powerful from a psychological standpoint. I also realized that I did not foresee a future for myself in invertebrate neuroscience, which, hey, anytime you can scratch a path off the list, that is a positive. So I solicited postdoctoral fellowships from high-profile labs that did electrophysiology and pharmacology. These were techniques that I felt at the time were necessary for my career success. I had no experience with either, so this was a pretty big transition adaptation for me, and also took some faith from a lab primary investigator that I could learn and adapt. Again, here I followed the linear, stereotypical path to success, or what I thought would lead to success. Get a funded grant and publish papers. It was a huge help in this regard that the lab I joined had a long track record of successes in both of those aspects. And again, I was pretty successful. However, there were cracks that were beginning to develop underneath it all. I was questioning again whether these electrophysiology and pharmacology techniques were what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. But, the traditional path says I'm done with my training. I need to be done with my training during my postdoc, and it is time to be a PI. I was also losing some of the meaning in my work. How did my little niche of G-protein coupled receptor physiology matter? What did it mean for humans? What did it mean for addiction? But all I knew at that point was to keep working, and so I did. I ended up getting a career transition grant that can often be extremely helpful for people getting tenure track research positions. And so I applied for jobs at universities all across the country. My CV said I had done everything right, but I didn't get a single job offer. People said, wait your turn, try again next year, keep working. And this transition is one of the biggest bottlenecks in academia, and many people struggle with it. And honestly, it's a huge flaw in the system. For me, this was another crack. It was a big one, and it made me reevaluate things too. I was still working 60 plus hours a week. I didn't necessarily believe in what I was doing anymore. I wanted to start a family. Is working hard for another year really the way through all of that? After a lot of time, I decided that no, it was probably not. It was time to adapt and change courses. However, I still loved science and I still wanted to make an impact. Rather than exiting research, I looked into roles that leveraged some of my skills, leveraged research experience and grant writing experience, and made sure I was still working at an institution that was having a real world impact or an impact that I thought. So I took a job as a research program director, my current position, but also had grant specialist administrative duties at the Lyda Hill Institute for Human Resilience. Here, I was still involved in research and could make an impact, and work-life balance was much better. What I didn't have at this point was research that I could call my own lab. But I knew that I couldn't just become a neuroscientist working with humans, as we did here. I didn't have that experience yet. I was only working with model systems in my training. An important thing that I did at this point also was reconnect with old colleagues that had transitioned to the private sector. This has led to fantastic opportunities for me outside of the university, outside of academia. During the first few years in the role of research program director and grant specialist, I made sure that I continued learning and adapting. I got up to speed on what I could do in this new research environment. I subsequently added the role of assistant research professor in a non-tenure track position, and I currently have funding grants making an impact in high-need populations. This was by no means a traditional or smooth path. However, it aligns what career system researchers call a sustainable academic career, one that adapts role identity to structural reality. It combines leadership roles, some administrative roles, and research. And this doesn't even include the industry roles that I've added outside of my institution. So what does research tell us about academic trajectories? Across disciplines, resilient academic careers share 3 or more evidence-based features. The first one is career adaptability or skill portability. Career adaptability, rather than a fixed calling, is the strongest predictor of persistence and satisfaction in doctoral and early career researchers. Examples from my CV in adaptability are, changing the type of research I was doing from Drosophila genetic work to electrophysiology and pharmacology. It was also using my successes getting grants to land a job that was going to be a more sustainable career path for myself. Another thing that's really important is agency and self-efficacy. The relationship between these in career transitions is critical for understanding how individuals navigate their professional identities and manage the challenge of occupational change. Agency refers to the autonomy and self-directedness of career development, while self-efficacy is the belief in one's ability to achieve specific outcomes. These concepts are particularly important during post-secondary transitions, where autonomy and self-efficacy are pillars of agency itself. Research indicates that both autonomy and self-efficacy are significant predictors of career exploration, success, and commitment, with self-efficacy being the strongest predictor. Findings underscore the need for supportive strategies to help individuals during their career transitions that focus on these two things, agency and self-efficacy, to steer their development towards fulfilling professional and personal lives. And this leads into the next point that I'm going to talk about, which is mentorship and community. Mentoring, formal or informal, is consistently linked to academic resilience and career clarity. Importantly, mentors do not need to look like your ideal future self. Find people who have experience in different careers that you are interested in and will speak plainly on the pros and cons. The current academic environment is chaotic and fails a lot of people. It also takes a long time to navigate through. Mentors and community can be the most valuable resources you have. So what are some practical takeaways for those in transitions in their career? For undergraduates considering grad school, ask, what skills will this PhD give me beyond the dissertation? Am I going to develop writing, synthesis, and collaborations that will be valuable for the rest of my life? It's also important to understand attrition when you're entering graduate school and postdocs. A lot of people don't make it through. This linear path is not as common anymore. So it's important to understand what the potential outcomes are, what the probable outcomes are. For grad students and postdocs, you need to track your adaptability, not just your publications. And it's also important to build multiple professional identities before you need them. For me, I kind of built those as I needed them. I reconnected with people outside of academia to learn how I could be involved in their projects and how I could be valuable to them and how they could be valuable to me. But having those connections early is very important. It's also extremely important to cultivate your external resources. We talked about mentorship. Find mentors and peers and support networks that will talk to you and give you advice and feedback, sometimes bluntly, sometimes plainly, as you are navigating these career paths. So I want to talk now, just to close, on resilience as a strategy, not a sacrifice. Resilience in academia is not just about enduring harm. It's about shaping and reshaping your career to find what your success looks like. My CV does not reflect a straight line. It reflects adaptation, change, some persistence, and redefinition of what impact and what my role wants to be. And increasingly, this is what academic success looks like for long people. There's adaptation and persistence, and there's rethinking success and what a successful CV looks like. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks. There is a question from Poshali which can be answered after the conference.
Yeah, Zenith, can I?
Yes, sir, sure.
Okay. Yeah. So during the conference, there must have been several other questions which people could answer because of the tight time schedule. So my suggestion is that all the questions, we don't want anyone's questions left unanswered. Please send us your questions. We'll get them to the speakers if they're not present right now. We'll get them to speakers who are present right now and get them answered even after the conference. So every question which is in writing to us, whether it's coming through YouTube, or whether it's coming through this direct conference link, will be answered. Please don't feel shy. Also give us feedback. And we'll now come to the closing remark by one of our mentors, who's Dr. Ravi Nair. Zeenat, you can formally introduce Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, sure. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Ravi. He is a senior medical professional with extensive clinical and academic experience across India and internationally. With a strong interest in biomedical innovation, he has co founded multiple startups and advises corporates on building sustainable bridges between academia and industry. A natural leader and mentor, he is deeply committed to guiding and empowering professionals across diverse fields. I welcome Dr. Ravi Nair. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Sukant Khurana, and thank you all for having invited me to address you all. A brief word about myself. I'm a surgeon, I'm an academic, I'm committed to bioinnovations, I'm committed to be involved with the cutting edge anywhere I can. I have about 46 years of professional life, which has been in some of the best institutions all over the world. I interact with students, engineers, doctors, and I feel I'd like to share with you my opinion of what methods can be used to foster technology and scientific progress. Note that the points would be roughly classified as under. First, that we profit from a long gestational period. So the more time you spend accumulating facts, the more time you spend accumulating knowledge is better for you, and therefore I feel that everybody should continue learning and acquiring skills throughout his life. The second point is you profit from discussions. Ideas often come in the interspace between people. That is to say, when I'm discussing something with somebody, it's not his idea or my idea. It is something which came out of the discussion. And therefore, good ideas come in the interface between different specialities. And therefore, I feel I'm justified in advising people to start interacting with other specialties. Don't remain restricted to your specialty. The third is you don't have to achieve something great. You have to achieve small creative acts, and that will keep your enthusiasm up. Therefore, if you have a big task like you're building an aeroplane, break it down to small tasks, achieve small tasks, and sooner or later you'll suddenly find the aeroplane in front of you. It is something akin to climbing a mountain. You don't think of reaching the peak. You think of the base camp, you think of the first level, the second level, so on and so forth. Therefore, we need to think about it both from the administrative side and from the learner's side, that somehow within our paradigm of growth, we need to incorporate all this. As administrators, we need to facilitate it. As students, we need to recognize it. Otherwise, all humans are equally capable. You live in a time in life where finances, where expertise, where sharing of knowledge, instantaneous sharing of knowledge is possible. And therefore, I wish you all well and I look forward to interacting with you through this wonderful platform which has been created by Dr. Sukant. I wish him all the best and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. That was inspiring. Now I request Dr. Sukant to speak few words and then we can conclude.
I don't think I need to say anything more than Ravi has said. Ravi is there. You can see him on video. If anyone wants to ask Dr. Ravi some questions, please feel free, but his throat is not very good, as you can see hear from the voice. He still took out the pain to record. He has been a blessing. We have had few great teachers. So if you have some question, type it out. Otherwise, it has been fabulous 3 days. I'm very proud of everyone who's participated, very happy with our advisors, mentors, and very happy with everyone, how it's shaped. Amazing job. Thank you, everyone.
That brings us to the end of day 3 and Global Resilience Summit 2026. Over the past 3 days, we have explored critical intersections of AI, mental health, healthcare, and resilience across disciplines and geographies. Thank you all speakers, participants, and collaborators for being part of this journey. Thank you, everyone.